Chapter 3192. Two Tigers on One Mountain. The Great Tao reward arrived as promised, for everyone present, without exception. Even Su Li, who contributed the least, received a share of the Great Tao reward. The Great Tao reward was fair. The more one contributed, the more reward they received. Those who contributed less naturally received less reward. Su Li's reward wasn't much, lasting only a short while before ending. His aura improved somewhat compared to before, and his cultivation level advanced a bit. For their first Great Tao reward, most people chose to enhance their cultivation level. The brothers Su Jin and Su Shin did the same, also choosing to improve their cultivation. As for the ancestral spirit, being a tool spirit, it didn't need to enhance its cultivation. The ancestral spirit hoped the Great Tao could help the celestial fox ancestor revive. As a tool spirit, the celestial fox ancestor was its creator and the most important existence in its life. Naturally, the celestial fox ancestor was now striving to revive. The entire process could take as short as 1,000 years or as long as tens of thousands of years. The appearance of the Great Tao reward allowed him to significantly shorten his revival time. Lin Moyu guessed that the celestial fox ancestor's backup plan might have even accounted for the Great Tao reward. With the Great Tao reward, the celestial fox ancestor's revival was almost certain. Indeed, worthy of being the smartest clan among the beast races, their thoughts and actions were very practical. Among them, Lin Moyu received the most Great Tao reward. After all, the black blood was ultimately destroyed by him. Lin Moyu used the Great Tao reward to condense Tao patterns. Originally, it took him 200 years to condense one Tao pattern. Using the Great Tao crystal reduced the time 100-fold, needing only 2 years. And under the Great Tao reward, it only took 10 minutes. The Great Tao reward was truly the ultimate tool for condensing Tao patterns, incomparable to any other treasure. Unfortunately, the effect of the Great Tao reward couldn't overlap with the Great Tao crystal. This time, too many people shared the Great Tao reward. Lin Moyu only condensed 4 Tao patterns before the Great Tao reward completely dissipated. The number of Tao patterns increased to 58, with 50 used and 8 in an idle state. As the Great Tao reward ended, Lin Moyu opened his eyes.
Now it's truly over.
The ancestral spirit said,
Thank you, Mr. Lin, for helping our clan through this crisis. I have nothing here to thank you with, so we'll have to wait until you leave to ask clan leader Su Mao.
Lin Moyu said,
Clan leader Su Mao did indeed make some promises to me, and I've also gained quite a few benefits here. You don't need to be so polite. Your ancestor is in the process of reviving, which will probably take over 1,000 years. The Qingqiu ancestral land also needs time to recover, so I won't disturb you further.
The ancestral spirit said,
I'll see Mr. Lin out.
Then it said to Su Jin and Su Shin,
You two stay for a few more days to help me repair the Qingqiu ancestral land.
At this point, the rules of the ancestral land had recovered, and the ancestral spirit could use these rules to rebuild the ancestral land. With the help of the Su Jin brothers, the process would be much faster. Lin Moyu took out a Tao stone.
No rush. I still need to ask you all to make a Great Tao oath.
In Nine-Tailed City, in a palace atop a mountain peak, the blood pool had long since stopped boiling. A group of celestial fox clan elders sat cross-legged in the palace, quietly waiting for the result. Those who could come here were all old fellows, each extremely patient. Suddenly, the quiet blood pool began to boil on its own, and then a pillar of blood rose from the pool, shooting towards the sky. The blood light reached the top of the palace, and space twisted and shattered within it, forming a passage. Su Mao opened his eyes and looked towards the sky, his old face showing joy.
They're out.
Along with the joy was a hint of nervousness. He didn't know what had happened inside the ancestral land, whether Lin Moyu had succeeded or failed, and whether his grandson was safe. Soon, the figures of Lin Moyu and Su Li appeared in the passage. Seeing the two unharmed, Su Mao immediately let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether the crisis in the ancestral land had been resolved, at least the two had returned safely, which was already something worth celebrating. Leaving the passage, Lin Moyu flew directly outside the palace, looking towards the distant sky. Su Li also said nothing, closely following Lin Moyu out. The strange behavior of the two caused some of the clan elders in the palace to feel puzzled. Su Mao gestured for everyone to be quiet and flew over personally. He came to Su Li's side and, like Su Li, said nothing, not even asking about the situation. Lin Moyu looked at the Celestial Fox clan's destiny. At this time, the clan's destiny had become clean, with the calamity gone and no black blood polluting it. Although in terms of destiny strength, it had decreased compared to before, the level of destiny had risen. Overall, the Celestial Fox clan's destiny had improved. Normally, once a calamity appears, it means destiny has entered a fork in the road. If the calamity is successfully overcome, destiny will change. If not overcome, the clan's strength will be greatly weakened. The Celestial Fox clan had overcome this calamity, and their race would surely experience a rise. The source of this rise might be the reviving Celestial Fox ancestor. Once the Celestial Fox ancestor revives, the clan's bloodline will surely be strengthened, and the entire clan's strength will increase significantly. The Celestial Fox ancestor's combat power was extraordinary. Lin Moyu felt that the ancestor's combat power might even surpass that of the Beast Emperor. At that time, who would lead the beast races would be hard to say. With the Celestial Fox ancestor backing them, even the Beast Emperor couldn't do much to the Celestial Fox clan. Lin Moyu found this interesting, feeling it was like having two tigers on one mountain. The entire structure of the beast races might change. After confirming that the Celestial Fox clan was no longer in trouble, Lin Moyu withdrew his gaze and said to Su Mao,
Mission accomplished.
Su Mao's face immediately lit up with joy.
Has the crisis in the ancestral land been resolved?
Lin Moyu said.
Su Li can tell you the specific details.
Su Mao nodded.
As long as the ancestral land is safe, that's good. That's good.
He wasn't in a hurry to know the details. As long as he knew the crisis in the ancestral land had been resolved, that was enough. As for what exactly happened, he could ask slowly later. Su Mao flipped his palm, producing a jade tablet and a treasure box.
This jade tablet contains some information about the Western continent that I recently had people compile, as well as some information Mr. Lin might be interested in. This treasure box was also found deep in our storehouse. I'm not sure when it was put there. We hadn't noticed it before.
Lin Moyu accepted the treasure box and jade tablet without asking much, simply saying thanks. For what he had done, these two items from Su Mao were far from enough compensation. Su Mao also knew this point and said softly,
The day after tomorrow, I'd like to invite Mr. Lin to browse our clan's treasure vault to see if there are any problems with the items there. If there are any issues, please help us deal with them, Mr. Lin.
He spoke very politely, saying he was inviting Lin Moyu to check if there were any problems in the treasure vault. In reality, he wanted Lin Moyu to select treasures. The situation was exactly the same as when he was with the Thunderlight Purple Stripe Tiger clan, except that Lei Mie had spoken more directly and straightforwardly. Su Mao, on the other hand, spoke more implicitly with some underlying meaning. Lin Moyu smiled and said,
All right, I'll wait for the clan leader to come. I'll take my leave now.
3193 3193 Chapter 3193 An extremely powerful soul level. After Lin Moyu left, Su Li recounted what had happened after they entered the ancestral land. Some parts he couldn't speak about due to the Great Tao Oath. However, he also explained to Su Mao that not only he but also Su Jin, Su Xin, and the ancestral spirit had taken the Great Tao Oath. Su Li was somewhat helpless.
Given the situation at the time, when Mr. Lin asked us to take the Great Tao Oath, we couldn't refuse.
Su Mao said,
Mr. Lin has done our clan a great favor. Indeed, we couldn't refuse. But it doesn't matter. We never intended to pry into Mr. Lin's secrets. As long as the Great Tao crisis could be resolved, it's already a tremendous blessing for our clan. Moreover, this time not only was the Great Tao crisis resolved, but our great ancestor will also be revived. Our clan's future will be bright. In comparison, a mere great Tao oath is nothing. Suli, remember, you must maintain good relations with Mr. Lin. Treat Mr. Lin as you would treat our great ancestor.
Su Li was suddenly shocked. Su Mao's words were too heavy. In Su Mao's words, he had already elevated Lin Moyu to the same level as their ancestor. But thinking of Lin Moyu's performance in the ancestral land, it was indeed incredibly brilliant. Even the ancestor's incarnation highly agreed with many of his words. In the future, Lin Moyu might truly achieve the same level as their ancestor. After returning, Lin Moyu released the three girls again. They hadn't had enough fun in Nine-Tailed City, so now that he was back, he let them play for a few more days. Once they leave this place, they'll have to endure hardships. Lin Moyu first took out the treasure box given by Su Mao. He didn't have high hopes for it, thinking it was likely another great Tao fragment. He didn't know why that prehistoric powerhouse preserved so many heavenly Tao fragments. He quickly drew the corresponding runes, and the treasure box opened. A strange aura emanated from the box, and Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly widened. A beautiful great Tao jade was quietly lying in the box.
It's true that what you seek often appears when you stop looking. Of all the treasure boxes before, none contained a great Tao jade.
Without hesitation, Lin Moyu took the great Tao jade in his hand and summoned the Thousand Stars Tao. For the Thousand Stars Tao, the great Tao jade was the best supplement. The great Tao jade was immediately absorbed by the Thousand Stars Tao. Lin Moyu was once again pulled into the Tao, seeing the scene he had seen before. Stars lit up one by one from a dark world, then merged into the Tao, returning to their original positions. The Star Lord positions in the Thousand Stars Tao were continuously activated. More and more stars appeared in the Tao, and the power of the Thousand Stars Tao grew stronger and stronger. The whole process was very mysterious. Even with previous experience, Lin Moyu still felt as if he were in a dream. This time, 20 stars returned to their positions. Now, the number of Star Lords in the Thousand Stars Tao exceeded 50. Lin Moyu could feel the Thousand Stars Tao recovering, growing stronger, as if it was waiting for a transformation to truly revive. Perhaps then, he would be able to use part of the Thousand Stars Tao's power. The Thousand Stars Tao would surely revive. It was just a matter of time. Lin Moyu was full of confidence about this. As his consciousness returned, his soul heard a dragon's roar. Entering his soul world, he found the 10-colored dragon soul crystal roaring continuously, seeming very excited.
Oh, the 11th color!
Lin Moyu was surprised to discover that an 11th color had appeared on the 10-colored dragon soul crystal. Originally 10 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, white, and gray. Now there was an additional silver hue. The 11th color, silver. Although the 11th color was still very faint, it had undeniably appeared. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal had changed, becoming an 11-colored dragon soul crystal. The dragon soul crystal breathed out a dragon breath onto Lin Moyu's soul, making his soul feel incredibly refreshed. The level of his soul hadn't changed, but the realm it occupied had risen. Lin Moyu felt his soul had entered a completely new level. His perception of the Tao was several times clearer than before. The speed of condensing Tao patterns suddenly increased. After careful sensing, Lin Moyu found that his speed of condensing Tao patterns had doubled compared to before. Now, even without the help of the Great Tao Crystal, he could condense one Tao pattern in 100 years. With the help of the Great Tao Crystal, he could condense one Tao pattern in a year. This way, even without the Great Tao reward, in just 14 years, he could advance to the 4th level Tao Venerable realm. This speed was enough to scare other Tao Venerables to death.
What's my situation? My realm hasn't improved, but my soul level has increased greatly. My soul level seems even purer than Little Moon's innate jade soul, closer to the heavenly Tao. Looking through the materials, there doesn't seem to be any record of a situation like mine.
In countless materials, Little Moon's innate jade soul was already the top-tier soul level. But Lin Moyu felt that his current soul level was even more powerful than Little Moon's innate jade soul. closer to the Great Tao. Looking at the Dragon Soul Crystal again, it had changed. The function of the Dragon Soul Crystal had surpassed his imagination. Before reaching 11 colors, the Dragon Soul Crystal's function was to refine the soul, make it purer, and provide some defense for the soul. Unexpectedly, as soon as it became 11 colors, it gave him such a big surprise. The 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal was already a legendary, heaven-defying existence among dragons. So what about the 11-colored Dragon Soul Crystal? Beyond legendary?
I should ask Antares about this when I see him next time.
Then Lin Moyu took out Supu's flesh fragments. He decided to use Supu's flesh fragments to summon a revenant. Supu was the servant of the Celestial Fox ancestor. In the entire Celestial Fox clan, if anyone knew the ancestor best, it would naturally be Supu. Back then, the Celestial Fox ancestor achieved the Great Tao realm in prehistoric times, and Supu became the first clan leader of the Celestial Fox clan at that time. This also meant that the Celestial Fox clan's bloodline was extremely ancient, traceable to prehistoric times. So from Supu's mouth, he could obtain a lot of information about prehistoric times.
Perhaps some secrets are about to be unveiled.
Lin Moyu had a thought and didn't immediately revive him, but put away the flesh fragments. The next moment, Lin Moyu flew out of the palace, left Nine-Tailed City, and flew towards the distance. After leaving Nine-Tailed City, Lin Moyu flew another 100,000 li before stopping. He landed in a mountain valley. His aura trembled slightly, and the spirit beasts in the valley immediately fled as if for their lives. In the blink of an eye, only small insects remained in the valley. Origin crystals flew out one by one, and a large number of runes were drawn. Lin Moyu set up a formation in the valley. He wanted to use the formation to conceal everything that happened inside the valley. Not only would he use the formation, but afterward he would also use the Tao of Time to erase the time imprints here. No matter who came, they wouldn't be able to see what happened here. Lin Moyu wasn't worried about others. He was really worried about the Celestial Fox ancestor. Even though the Celestial Fox ancestor was currently struggling to revive, needing at least several thousand years. But who knew if this powerful Great Tao realm being might have some means to discover what he was doing? If he knew that Lin Moyu had revived Supu and learned his information from Supu's mouth, who knew how he would react? One must always think one step ahead. Caution is never excessive. A powerful shielding formation was set up, reaching the 6th grade, but it was a composite formation with actual effects comparable to a 7th grade grand formation. Lin Moyu was still not at ease. He summoned the Tao of Space again, forming a spatial barrier. Then he used the Tao of Destiny to cover the valley with illusory power. After all preparations were complete, he finally performed the reviving the dead technique. The undying flame fell on the flesh fragments and began to burn fiercely. 3194, 3194. Chapter 3194. It's been a long time since I died. The flesh fragments slowly regenerated in the flames. The speed of flesh regeneration was slower than any previous time. Supu was a pseudo-great Tao realm being, so it was normal for his flesh to regenerate more slowly. As long as he could regenerate, it was already half a success. Lin Moyu was very patient, quietly waiting while carefully observing every detail. After the flesh regenerated to a certain extent, it began to emit a powerful aura surpassing the 9th level Tao Venerable Realm. The aura of the Great Tao realm spread throughout the palace. Fortunately, Lin Moyu had set up multiple measures beforehand, so this aura didn't leak out. Actually, the safest situation would have been for Lin Moyu to revive Supu in his own great world. But Lin Moyu wasn't sure if his great world could withstand a pseudo-great Tao realm being like Supu. Not only was he unsure about the great world, even his soul world needed to be considered. Moreover, would there be any unexpected occurrences during the revival? Would the revived Supu be under his control? If the realm was too high and out of control, and then self-destructed, not only would the great world be finished, but the entire world of rules would be destroyed too. He could revive himself, but all the living beings in the great world would definitely die. So after much consideration, Lin Moyu decided to perform the summoning in the real world. Even if there was a self-destruction, at most it would only destroy this mountain valley. With a 100,000 li buffer, it probably wouldn't affect Nine-Tailed City. As the flesh gradually regenerated, the physical body became complete. What was revived was a snow-white celestial fox. This was Su Pu's true form. Su Pu's true form was about 10 meters long. After the physical body recovered, the tails began to regenerate. Tails are very important for the Celestial Fox clan. Newborn Celestial Fox clan members only have one tail. As their realm improves and bloodline evolves, the number of tails increases. Those with strong bloodlines can have 6 tails at the Tao Venerable Realm, and grow a 7th tail at the 7th level Tao Venerable Realm. Those with weaker bloodlines have fewer tails. All direct descendants of the Celestial Fox clan have 7 tails after the 7th level Tao Venerable Realm. Branch family members only have 6 tails at the 7th level Tao Venerable Realm. Su Pu, as a pseudo-great Tao realm being, had 8 tails, which was his limit. Only the Celestial Fox ancestor could have 9 tails. As the tails regenerated, Su Pu's soul also began to reassemble within the rules. Lin Moyu sensed an ancient aura. This aura was incredibly old, coming mysteriously from distant ages, bringing Su Pu's soul. As Su Pu's soul began to reassemble, the aura grew stronger, impacting the formation Lin Moyu had set up. The impact of Su Pu's revival was very intense. It was fortunate that ample preparations had been made to block these auras. As the auras overlapped, anomalies appeared in the valley. An 8-tailed white fox appeared, howling to the sky in the valley. Then, a great Tao appeared in the sky. This was Su Pu's own great Tao, not the Celestial Fox ancestor's Tao of destiny. He hadn't followed the ancestor's old path but had comprehended his own great Tao. The great Tao was entirely golden, with flashes of fire within the golden light. The golden light was incredibly sharp, seemingly able to cut through anything like a sword. The fire light within the golden light. Lin Moyu found this great Tao in his memories. This was a very special great Tao. In the records of the current era, it hadn't appeared many times, no more than 10. This great Tao was a fusion of the metal and fire Taos, called the Metal Fire Tao. It possessed both the metal power and fire power from the 5 elements, having both the sharpness of the metal Tao to cut through everything and the terrifying power of the fire Tao to burn heaven and earth. The metal fire Tao was known for its offensive power and was very strong.
So Su Pu comprehended the metal fire Tao. It seems he indeed had ambition, not walking the same path as the Celestial Fox ancestor. I guess the Celestial Fox ancestor also saw through his ambition. Since he possessed a great Tao, why didn't he use it in the Qingqiu ancestral land? Could there be other hidden circumstances?
In the Qingqiu ancestral land, neither he nor the Celestial Fox ancestor had used their great Taos. Thinking back now, it was indeed a bit abnormal. Great Tao realm powerhouses have already merged with the Great Tao. Their strongest method should naturally be using the power of the Great Tao. But why didn't they use it? As Lin Moyu was pondering, the metal fire Tao began to rumble, and the reassembling soul became unstable. Lin Moyu's heart shook.
There's a problem.
The gap between himself and Su Pu was too large, spanning several small realms plus half a large realm. He had experienced failures in reviving the dead before, so Lin Moyu was mentally prepared from the start. The Tao of Destiny appeared, directly raising his destiny to the extreme. In his soul, the Destiny Talisman glowed brightly as Lin Moyu began to deduce what would happen next. He could only predict 5 seconds into the future. If the other party really self-destructed, Lin Moyu would know 5 seconds in advance. 5 seconds was enough for Lin Moyu to leave this place. Even if he couldn't escape, at least he could be mentally prepared. In the first deduction, Lin Moyu saw future events. In the first second, the soul's vibrations became increasingly intense. In the third second, the soul became unstable, its aura chaotic. In the fourth second, the Destiny Talisman exploded, and the deduction failed. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate at all and continued to deduce. This time, in the third second, the Destiny Talisman collapsed.
Unable to deduce. Is it because Su Pu's realm is too high? Or is it that after involving the great Tao, the future becomes unpredictable, so it can't be deduced?
Thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, but it was too late to say anything now. Lin Moyu didn't bother to escape and gave up on preparing to die once. It had been a long time since he died. Experiencing death and revival again didn't seem too bad. The only pity was that this precious piece of flesh would be wasted. Having mentally prepared himself, Lin Moyu waited for the self-destruction to come. The soul continued to be chaotic, time passing second by second. After 3 seconds, the chaos in the soul reached its peak, but the self-destruction didn't come. Then the soul deflated like a punctured balloon, its aura rapidly weakening while becoming stable. Supu didn't self-destruct but fell from the pseudo-great Tao realm back to the 9th level Tao Venerable realm. After falling to the 9th level Tao Venerable realm, the soul quickly stabilized, completing the final step of becoming a revenant. Supu, now at the 9th level Tao Venerable realm, knelt before Lin Moyu. He didn't immediately bow his head like other revenants. Although kneeling there, his eyes were very complex. Lin Moyu looked down at him.
Do you know your identity?
Supu instinctively replied.
I know. I am your most loyal servant.
Lin Moyu continued to ask.
Do you know what you should do?
Supu answered.
Obey your orders. Even if it means death, I will not resist.
He still couldn't resist the mysterious power of the reviving the dead technique. No matter how unwilling he was internally, his obedience to Lin Moyu didn't decrease at all. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with Supu's answer. He now knew that the current limit of his technique was the 9th level Tao Venerable realm. Because Supu was a pseudo-great Tao realm being, not a true great Tao realm being, he didn't self-destruct but became a revenant at the 9th level Tao Venerable realm after lowering himself by half a realm. If he had revived a true great Tao realm being, it would either fail or, if successful, would inevitably end in self-destruction. Lin Moyu said,
Good. Then tell me about prehistoric times.
3195 3195. Chapter 3195. Finally found you. Supu didn't know much about the Great Prehistoric War. Back then, he and the entire Celestial Fox clan didn't participate in that war, which is why they were able to survive. When the Celestial Fox ancestor achieved the Great Tao, the war hadn't yet erupted, and Supu was only an ordinary 3rd level Tao Venerable. Later, when the Celestial Fox ancestor established the Qingqiu ancestral land, Supu stayed there to cultivate alongside the ancestor while serving him. At that time, Great Tao realm powerhouses would often visit to discuss the Tao with the Celestial Fox ancestor, while Supu could only serve on the side. He greatly envied these Great Tao realm powerhouses, hoping that one day he could also become one. So he cultivated diligently, striving towards his goal. The Celestial Fox ancestor was extremely talented. After becoming a Great Tao realm being, he continued to advance without stopping. The gap between Supu and the Celestial Fox ancestor didn't narrow but instead grew larger and larger. Especially after becoming a 7th level ancestor, Supu felt he had reached his limit. The greatest achievement in his life might just be the 9th level Tao Venerable realm. At that time, the Celestial Fox ancestor frankly told him that with his talent, the possibility of entering the Great Tao realm was extremely slim. But Supu wasn't content with this. Yet he had no way to change it because he was in the Qingqiu ancestral land. And because the Celestial Fox ancestor was there, he couldn't leave. Gradually, Supu's inner heart became twisted, and he began to hate the Celestial Fox ancestor. Later, when the Great War broke out, the Celestial Fox ancestor had to leave the Qingqiu ancestral land. Before leaving, the Celestial Fox ancestor did many things. He brought the entire Celestial Fox clan into the Qingqiu ancestral land and placed it in a special space, far from that great war. Finally, he created the ancestral spirit to manage the ancestral land and made Supu the first clan leader of the Celestial Fox clan. The Celestial Fox ancestor went to participate in the war and never returned. The Celestial Fox clan reproduced generation after generation in the Qingqiu ancestral land, gradually growing stronger and more numerous. Later, when the war ended, the structure of the origin continent changed dramatically, and the Qingqiu ancestral land finally returned to the origin continent. The ancestral spirit, following the Celestial Fox ancestors' prearranged plan, transported all the Celestial Fox clan members from the Qingqiu ancestral land back to the origin continent after the war ended, forming the current Celestial Fox clan. At that time, Su Pu, who had reached the 9th level Dao Venerable Realm, knew his chance had come. The war had just ended, and many legacies of great Dao realm beings remained on the origin continent. He set out alone on a path to seek opportunities. He traveled across the 4 continents and even went beyond the sky, finally encountering the Black Blood. The Black Blood came from the Black Blood realm, barely surviving that great war and hiding in dark corners, hoping to revive one day. Using its last bit of power, the Black Blood bewitched Su Pu. Su Pu had an obsession with the great Dao realm, and the Black Blood amplified this obsession. The power from the Black Blood realm polluted Su Pu. Although it allowed him to successfully enter the pseudo-great Dao realm, it also made him pay a huge price. The biggest price wasn't the damage to his soul, but that Su Pu abandoned his own great Dao. That's why in the battle in the ancestral land, Su Pu never used his metal fire Dao from beginning to end. After hearing Su Pu's own story, Lin Moyu sighed inwardly. It was all about obsession. Actually, the Celestial Fox ancestor had left a path for Su Pu. If he had developed the Celestial Fox clan well and gathered their destiny, he would have had a chance to advance further. Right after the war ended was the best time to gather destiny, with everything needing to be rebuilt. Moreover, the Celestial Fox clan's abilities were well suited for this task. The simplest method would have been to collect origin spirit veins. With enough destiny, even if Su Pu couldn't truly enter the Great Dao realm, at least reaching the pseudo-Great Dao realm wouldn't have been a problem. He could have gained immortality without paying a price. Unfortunately, Su Pu didn't understand the Celestial Fox ancestors' good intentions, ultimately ending up in such a state. From Su Pu's account, Lin Moyu learned that behind several major beast races, there was once a great Dao realm ancestor. These ancestors often came to discuss the Dao with the Celestial Fox ancestor, and Su Pu had seen most of them. However, most of these great Dao realm beings died in that great war. But they all left behind methods to ensure their races could continue as much as possible. As the ancestors of various races, their races were the continuation of their bloodlines. As long as the race still existed, perhaps one day, they could return, resurrecting in another form. The Celestial Fox ancestor once took him across the 9 continents. In Su Pu's description, the origin continent of that time was incredibly prosperous, with various races standing tall. Lin Moyu grasped a key point in Su Pu's words.
Are you saying that back then, there were no Buddhist or insect clans?
Su Pu nodded, honestly answering Lin Moyu's question.
No, not only were they not there before the war, but when I was seeking opportunities after the war, they weren't there either.
The absence of the Buddhist and insect clans was worth pondering. For this to happen, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that the Buddhist and insect clans came from outside the origin continent. The other was that these 2 clans evolved from living beings on the origin continent later. Both possibilities existed, but now the Dao didn't show disgust towards these 2 clans, indicating they weren't enemies of the Dao. Unfortunately, Su Pu didn't experience that great war of the past and wasn't clear about the entire prehistoric war.
It seems that to know the detailed process of that war back then, I still need to ask those great Dao realm beings. Unfortunately, the great Dao realm beings who survived that war have all left the origin continent. The 3 ancestors and the Beast Emperor won't talk about it.
Lin Moyu thought of a good method, which was to find a way to kill the withering and flourishing elder of the 100 Herbs Alliance, then turn him into a revenant. That way, he could ask whatever he wanted to know. As a great Dao realm being who survived that prehistoric catastrophic war, the withering and flourishing elder must know a lot. Compared to asking the 3 ancestors and the Beast Emperor, who would give evasive and vague answers, this would be much better. However, to turn the withering and flourishing elder into a revenant required some prerequisites. The level of the reviving the dead technique needed to be further improved. Lin Moyu estimated that he would need to become a 7th level ancestor himself first. Besides this, the most difficult point was killing the withering and flourishing elder. This was a true Great Tao realm being, and a plant type 1 at that, with astonishingly strong vitality. Killing him would be very, very difficult. Present, it was certainly not possible. The exploration of prehistoric times would have to wait for later. However, from Supu's account, it wasn't entirely without gain. Several beast race ancestors had almost all left behind backup plans, leaving seeds for resurrection. As for how they would resurrect, that was unknown. Great Tao realm beings are not easy to kill, and they don't want to die. Their desire to survive is much stronger than ordinary cultivators. So they would do everything possible to leave themselves opportunities for rebirth. Secondly, from Supu's account, he also learned the name of that prehistoric war. People at that time called it the Origin Catastrophe. A war that shattered 5 of the 9 continents of the Origin continent was an unprecedented great catastrophe.
Origin catastrophe, sooner or later, I will figure you all out. I want to see what background that person behind the scenes who shattered hell has.
Lin Moyu put away Supu and was about to return to Nine-Tailed City when suddenly a powerful aura enveloped the entire mountain valley. A low, thunderous voice exploded in the valley.
Finally found you.
3196 3196. Chapter 3196. Beast Emperor, that guy has come to kill. The entire valley was enveloped by a mysterious force, sealing it off and isolating it from the outside world. The valley had become an independent world. Lin Moyu's expression changed slightly. The owner of this voice was too familiar. In the Icefire secret realm, he had disrupted the others' plans, ruining years of scheming. The Beast Emperor had even crossed to the Western continent to personally wound him. From then on, a deadly feud had formed between them. Lin Moyu sneered.
Elder Withering Flourish, I didn't expect you to find me so quickly. It seems the Beast Emperor didn't hit hard enough.
He knew clearly that the Beast Emperor's attack couldn't have been light. The real reason he could recover so quickly was that he was a plant-based Great Tao realm powerhouse. The Beast Emperor might have used himself as a standard of measurement.
Hee hee.
Elder Withering Flourish laughed coldly. As he laughed, the temperature in the valley dropped rapidly. Lin Moyu asked,
Coming here like this, aren't you afraid the Beast Emperor will come after you again?
Elder Withering Flourish laughed.
This elder admits he's not as strong as the Beast Emperor, but it's wishful thinking for the Beast Emperor to kill me. If this elder were to fight desperately, even the Beast Emperor couldn't bear that cost.
He was somewhat fearless. The Beast Emperor was indeed stronger than him, but so what? At most, the Beast Emperor could wound him, but if he fought with his life on the line, even the Beast Emperor would be in big trouble. They were all Great Tao realm powerhouses. Who would really fear whom? Lin Moyu's gaze darkened, looking as if he had been frightened by Elder Withering Flourish's words.
So the elder has traveled billions of miles to personally kill me?
Elder Withering Flourish said in a low voice.
What else? You, a mere insect, actually ruined this elder's plans. Don't you deserve to die?
Lin Moyu said.
That was just a coincidence, a misunderstanding. I can offer an Icefire Tao stone as compensation. How about we let this matter rest? You have an Icefire Tao stone? Obtained from the Icefire secret realm?
Hearing about the Icefire Tao stone, Elder Withering Flourish's voice clearly changed. His scheme for the Icefire secret realm was for the Icefire Tao stone. Now, although Lin Moyu had ruined his plan, if he could get the Icefire Tao stone from Lin Moyu's hands, it wouldn't be bad. Lin Moyu said,
This junior was fortunate to obtain an Icefire Tao stone from the Icefire secret realm. If it can resolve the misunderstanding between us, this junior thinks it's not impossible.
Elder Withering Flourish fell silent, clearly considering Lin Moyu's words. Lin Moyu took this opportunity to carefully sense Elder Withering Flourish's condition. He wanted to know if Elder Withering Flourish's injuries had fully healed, whether it was his true body that had come this time, to calculate if he had any power to resist. Also, whether this valley was completely cut off from the world, or if there was still a chance for a gap, whether the Beast Emperor flower could still work. Every detail would determine the course of events to follow. His powerful spiritual perception once again gave Lin Moyu a pleasant surprise. Although Elder Withering Flourish hadn't shown himself, Lin Moyu could still sense his presence, and combined with his undead eye, he could judge his true condition. What Elder Withering Flourish had sent wasn't his true body, but an avatar. This avatar was stronger than the previous Icefire Dao Tree Seed, surpassing the 9th level Dao Venerable Realm, but not reaching the Great Dao Realm, not even as strong as a Pseudo-Great Dao Realm. This being the case, using the Revenant Supu should be able to handle it. Even if he couldn't win, at least survival wouldn't be a problem. With this judgment, Lin Moyu's heart settled. Other matters became easier to deduce. Why did Elder Withering Flourish send an avatar instead of coming himself? First, he was certainly afraid of the Beast Emperor discovering him. The movements of a Great Dao Realm being wouldn't be small, hard to hide from the Beast Emperor. Secondly, his injuries might not have healed, he was still recovering, and his body wasn't suitable for action. But at the same time, Elder Withering Flourish didn't want to let Lin Moyu off easily, so he sent an avatar to secretly search for Lin Moyu's whereabouts in the northern continent, looking for a chance to kill him. After a moment of silence, Elder Withering Flourish said in a low voice,
"One Icefire Dao Stone isn't enough. You think you can buy your life with one Icefire Dao Stone? You're dreaming."
Lin Moyu heard another meaning in Elder Withering Flourish's words. Half of Elder Withering Flourish's words were probing, testing to see how many Icefire Dao stones Lin Moyu actually had. His eyes turned, and he immediately asked,
"Then how many do you want?"
Elder Withering Flourish said softly,
4.
Suddenly he changed his mind.
"No, at least 5.
Lin Moyu chuckled.
Elder Withering Flourish, there's a saying in our human race, have you heard it?
Elder Withering Flourish instinctively asked,
"What saying?" "Greed knows no bounds, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. There's no more, just one Icefire Dao Stone. With this, let's erase the grudge between us."
Lin Moyu was decisive, giving Elder Withering Flourish no room for negotiation. By now, Elder Withering Flourish was certain that Lin Moyu must have more than one Icefire Dao Stone. He laughed coldly.
"Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't give them. After this elder kills you, all your Icefire Dao Stones will naturally belong to me."
Lin Moyu said,
"Are you sure you want to kill me? The consequences of killing me are severe. Those who have tried to kill me before didn't end up well. Elder, won't you reconsider?"
Elder Withering Flourish said coldly,
"You, a mere 3rd-level Dao Venerable, got a little lucky in the Icefire secret realm and think you're something special. For this elder to crush you is no different from crushing an ant."
Lin Moyu seemed helpless.
"It seems there's no room for negotiation."
Elder Withering Flourish said,
"Negotiate my ass. Hand over all the Icefire Dao Stones, and this elder will let you die quickly."
Lin Moyu shrugged.
"If that's the case, then here you go."
The space beside him distorted, and Su Pu, who had just been recalled, appeared. Lin Moyu was generous, directly sending a drop of ancestral water to Su Pu, while faith power burned fiercely. Su Pu's aura suddenly surged. Although still not reaching the Pseudo-Great Dao Realm, he was at the peak of the 9th level Dao Venerable Realm, not at all weaker than Elder Withering Flourish's avatar. Su Pu's sudden appearance clearly surprised Elder Withering Flourish.
"Who are you?"
Elder Withering Flourish shouted angrily. Su Pu didn't bother to answer, directly pouncing towards Elder Withering Flourish. A dazzling great Dao containing gold and fire appeared. Su Pu reached out and grabbed a golden long spear wrapped in flames from the metal fire Dao, thrusting it towards Elder Withering Flourish's avatar. Under the undead eye, the position of Elder Withering Flourish's avatar was exposed. Brilliant golden light illuminated the valley. Where the golden light passed, nothing could withstand it. Nothing could avoid destruction. At the same time, fierce flames ignited in heaven and earth. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar let out a strange cry, instantly flashing away to avoid it. His speed was very fast, intending to move hundreds of li in an instant to avoid Su Pu's thrust. Supu's long spear swept across, the golden light exploding violently. The entire valley was blasted apart, and an area of hundreds of li was leveled. With the valley destroyed, the world that Elder Withering Flourish had separated also returned to the origin continent. A 9th level Dao Venerable taking action, and at the peak of the 9th level at that, the power of the strike was shockingly great. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar couldn't avoid it this time and was swept by the golden light, flying backward with a scream. Only then did Lin Moyu see clearly that this avatar was actually a mass of thorns. The thorns rolled in the air while spewing out powerful force to extinguish the flames on its body. Its body was completely black, clearly not enjoying the flames from the metal fire Dao. Elder Withering Flourish roared.
This elder will kill you!
Lin Moyu chuckled, taking out the Beast Emperor flower.
Beast Emperor, that guy has come to kill me. Can you handle this?
3197 3197. Chapter 3197. It seems you can't kill me today. Supu could at most guarantee his own safety. Killing Elder Withering Flourish's avatar was almost impossible. Lin Moyu didn't want to be constantly watched by someone, especially a great Dao realm being. How could he live his life like that? Elder Withering Flourish had clearly lost all shame, so the best method was to completely destroy his face. Lin Moyu directly activated the Beast Emperor flower, informing the Beast Emperor about the situation here. The Beast Emperor had said before that Elder Withering Flourish wouldn't be able to move for a short time. Now, how long had it been? Elder Withering Flourish had already come. This was simply slapping the Beast Emperor's face. Great Dao realm powerhouses all care about face. The Beast Emperor definitely wouldn't sit idly by. Sure enough, the Beast Emperor flower glowed slightly, and the Beast Emperor's voice immediately sounded.
I'll be right there.
The Beast Emperor flower also had positioning abilities, so the Beast Emperor could know where Lin Moyu was. In the northern continent, the Beast Emperor had placed several avatars. If his avatar were to come, it shouldn't take long to arrive. The avatar could hold off Elder Withering Flourish's avatar, and once the main body arrived, Elder Withering Flourish's avatar would surely die. Supu was blocking Elder Withering Flourish's avatar for Lin Moyu. After the initial brilliant strike, Supu's power had dropped considerably. It wasn't possible to use ancestral water and faith power for every attack. That would exhaust even the most abundant supplies of ancestral water and faith power. Without the double enhancement, Supu's strength was not a bit weaker than Elder Withering Flourish's avatar. Although he could block, if Elder Withering Flourish's avatar wanted to escape, he couldn't stop it. Lin Moyu decided to hold him back. Since he had come, he shouldn't leave. The wings of curse spread, and curse after curse fell from above. Given Lin Moyu's realm, various curses naturally had little effect on Elder Withering Flourish's avatar, but they could at least annoy him. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar roared in anger repeatedly but couldn't break through. This situation had just occurred in the Qingqiu ancestral land. At that time, Supu had been annoyed to the point of almost vomiting by Lin Moyu. While releasing curses, the Tao of Destiny appeared on Lin Moyu's body. The Sword of Destiny and the Sword of Deadly Poison condensed simultaneously and slashed out instantly. The Sword of Destiny was formless and intangible, impossible to dodge. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar's destiny was immediately weakened greatly. With destiny weakened, Elder Withering Flourish's avatar's power decreased. As a great Dao realm being, he naturally knew what Lin Moyu had done. The weakened destiny affected not only the avatar's destiny but also the main body's destiny.
You dare to weaken this elder's destiny? This elder will grind your bones to dust, plant your soul in filthy soil, and make you suffer for eternity, unable to live or die.
Elder Withering Flourish was enraged. His entire body of thorns evolved into endless thorny vines, lashing at heaven and earth. Supu was violently pushed back. Lin Moyu's wings of time vibrated, quickly retreating thousands of li. The world was lashed and shattered, space broke apart, and the earth turned to ruins. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar rolled with thorns, crushing towards Lin Moyu. Endless vines continued to lash at heaven and earth. If Lin Moyu were hit even once, he would surely die. Supu came to block but couldn't stop the endless vines. Unless Supu transformed into his true form, but Lin Moyu didn't let Supu do so. Not only did he not let Supu transform, but he even recalled Supu. The wings of time vibrated violently, and Lin Moyu retreated at top speed. The direction he retreated in was actually towards Nine-Tailed City. From Nine-Tailed City, over a dozen streaks of light flew out. Led by Su Mao were 3 9th-level Dao Venerables and over 10 8th-level Dao Venerables, already rushing over. This place was only 100,000 li from Nine-Tailed City. They could naturally sense what was happening. Since he could borrow Nine-Tailed City's power, why should he exert himself so much? Although the Celestial Fox clan's combat power wasn't great, they could certainly hold out for a while. Once the Beast Emperor's avatar arrived, the current problem would be solved. Let's see if Elder Withering Flourish's avatar dares to confront Nine-Tailed City head-on. Perhaps it was hard to say before, but now Elder Withering Flourish had clearly lost his head, and there was an 80 to 90% chance he would dare. While retreating, Lin Moyu once again condensed the Sword of Destiny, slashing out several times in succession, causing Elder Withering Flourish to roar incessantly in anger. Having one's destiny cut was as uncomfortable as it could be. Although destiny would recover over time during this period, he would certainly have bad luck in everything he did and wouldn't dare to go anywhere. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar gradually caught up.
You can't escape.
Lin Moyu chuckled.
We'll see about that.
The Tao of space suddenly descended, and the wings of time vibrated violently, forming space-time power. Lin Moyu's speed suddenly increased, as if teleporting, instantly widening the distance between him and Elder Withering Flourish's avatar. Elder Withering Flourish wasn't skilled in speed. His speed among 9th-level Dao Venerables was considered extremely slow. He roared in anger incessantly but could do nothing about Lin Moyu. Finally, Su Mao and the others arrived. Seeing someone chasing and trying to kill Lin Moyu, Su Mao didn't even think and shouted loudly,
"Stop him!"
Lin Moyu had done so much for them. How could they watch him come to harm? The dozen or so Celestial Fox Clan Dao Venerables who had rushed over simultaneously transformed into their true forms, becoming giant Celestial Foxes. This was their battle form, and in this form, their power was much greater than in human form. Their huge tails lashed out, colliding violently with the vines. The world shattered, and their tails were lashed bloody by the vines. In terms of power, they were inferior to Elder Withering Flourish's avatar. But their numbers were sufficient, and they had enough tails. The continuous lashing made it difficult for Elder Withering Flourish's avatar to advance. Although the Celestial Fox Clan's Dao Venerables were relatively weak in combat power among those of the same realm, as long as there were enough of them, they could still hold back Elder Withering Flourish. Lin Moyu's face bore a smile.
It seems you can't kill me today.
As he spoke, several more swords of destiny slashed over. The Sword of Destiny harmed the enemy greatly while also damaging oneself slightly, but Lin Moyu ignored the damage to his own destiny, determined to finish off Elder Withering Flourish. Elder Withering Flourish could only roar in impotent rage. Faced with over a dozen 8th and 9th level Dao Venerable Celestial Fox Clan members, he indeed couldn't break through. He was strong, but only by a small margin. Suddenly, Elder Withering Flourish began to retreat. Lin Moyu sensed a powerful aura approaching and knew it was the Beast Emperor's avatar. Lin Moyu shouted urgently,
"Don't let him escape. Hold him back."
Su Mao let out a long howl to the sky. In an instant, the dozen or so Celestial Fox Clan Dao Venerables also howled to the sky. Tens of thousands of li away, Nine-Tailed City suddenly burst into light. The weather changed, clouds rolled, and a nine-tailed celestial fox appeared in the sky, the Celestial Fox Ancestor. Nine-Tailed City used the Celestial Fox Clan's destiny to manifest an illusion of the Celestial Fox Ancestor. The moment the Celestial Fox Ancestor's illusion appeared, countless Celestial Fox Clan members in Nine-Tailed City immediately knelt down, shouting,
"Ancestor!"
Lin Moyu hadn't expected the Celestial Fox Clan to have such a move. Clearly, this was also a technique left behind by the Celestial Fox ancestor. The Celestial Fox ancestor's illusion appeared above Elder Withering Flourish as if teleporting, and 5 giant tails slammed down from the sky. Boom! Elder Withering Flourish's avatar was smashed into the ground, cracking the earth. Countless cracks appeared on his body, and most of his vines were broken. The Celestial Fox ancestor's illusion only struck once before disappearing. Lin Moyu saw that Su Mao and the others' faces had turned pale, clearly under great pressure from this strike. Although it was only one strike, it was enough. The power of this strike was too strong, almost surpassing the 9th level Dao Venerable Realm. Currently on the Origin continent, only Great Dao Realm beings like the 3 ancestors and the Beast Emperor could block it. Elder Withering Flourish's main body could, but his avatar couldn't. As the Beast Emperor's avatar arrived, Elder Withering Flourish tried to fly up and escape again, but Lin Moyu didn't give him the chance.
Destiny Explosion Technique. Explode.
3198 3198. Chapter 3198. This Emperor doesn't need you to teach what to do. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar, having barely fled 100 li, suddenly exploded from within. In the terrifying explosion, he fell from the sky. Whether it was the avatar or the main body, Elder Withering Flourish's destiny had been greatly weakened, now less than 1/10 of what it was before. In this state, when Lin Moyu used the Destiny Explosion technique, its power was astonishing. This strike nearly shattered Elder Withering Flourish's avatar on the spot. However, being an avatar created by a Great Dao Realm being, and a plant-based life form at that, its vitality was extremely tenacious. The Destiny Explosion technique couldn't kill him, only adding to his injuries. Plant-based Dao Venerables were hard to kill. Lin Moyu understood this point well. Su Mao and the others surrounded him again. Lin Moyu had said not to let him escape, so they would do their best to trap him. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar roared.
Celestial Fox Clan, you're seeking death.
He once again burst out countless vines, frantically lashing at the surrounding world. His attack range covered several hundred li, making it impossible to approach. While lashing out, Elder Withering Flourish was quickly fleeing. He couldn't continue to be entangled. If he stayed any longer, he would die. Lin Moyu shook his head lightly.
It's too late, you can't escape now.
After being hindered by the Celestial Fox ancestor's illusion and the Destiny Explosion technique in succession, Elder Withering Flourish was now too late. The Beast Emperor's avatar arrived, a mist spreading out, transforming into a giant hand that slammed down from the sky. The vines were smashed apart, and the giant hand directly slammed Elder Withering Flourish's avatar to the ground. The earth rumbled as if in an earthquake, cracking open huge fissures and forming an underground canyon.
The Celestial Fox Clan is under this Emperor's command. Dare to touch them and see what happens.
The Beast Emperor's avatar appeared in the sky, mist enveloping his entire body, concealing his true appearance. Lin Moyu judged that the Beast Emperor's avatar's realm was about the same as Elder Withering Flourish's avatar, both at the peak of the 9th level Dao Venerable Realm. But in terms of combat power, the Beast Emperor's avatar should surpass Elder Withering Flourish's avatar. Just as the Beast Emperor's main body also surpassed Elder Withering Flourish's main body. The Beast Emperor's avatar had finally arrived, and Elder Withering Flourish finally despaired.
Beast Emperor, you really want to stop me?
The Beast Emperor snorted coldly.
This Emperor doesn't care what else you do, but if you want to kill friend Lin, this Emperor won't allow it.
Elder Withering Flourish immediately said,
All right, I was wrong this time. I promise you, I won't enter the northern continent again.
The Beast Emperor shook his head.
This Emperor said, whether you enter the northern continent or not, this Emperor doesn't want to care. But since you've come, you must pay the price. This avatar of yours is well crafted. Since it's here, let it stay.
The Beast Emperor slammed down another palm. Elder Withering Flourish's avatar roared, his entire body sprouting spikes, turning into a porcupine. The spikes shot upwards, colliding with the Beast Emperor's palm. Boom! With a crisp sound, The Beast Emperor's palm was actually pierced through. Elder Withering Flourish shouted angrily,
"Since you won't let me go, then let's die together. You can forget about keeping this avatar of yours."
The Beast Emperor laughed coldly.
"If it were your main body that came, this Emperor's avatar indeed couldn't be saved. But now you're just an avatar. What right do you have to say such things?"
The Beast Emperor roared, suddenly throwing out a punch. A huge iron fist appeared in the world, once again smashing Elder Withering Flourish back down. The spikes on Elder Withering Flourish's body were all smashed off, and he fell to the ground again. The Beast Emperor threw punch after punch, instantly delivering hundreds of blows. The earth was completely shattered. For 10,000 li around, the ground had collapsed, turning into a basin. Elder Withering Flourish was in the basin, but he wasn't dead. He was still alive. Plant-based lifeforms truly had terrifyingly powerful vitality. It was extremely difficult to kill him among those of the same realm. Elder Withering Flourish laughed madly, his laughter tinged with weakness.
"Don't forget, our strengths are equal. This avatar of yours still isn't enough to kill this elder."
He once again extended countless spikes, this time piercing them into the ground. In an instant, origin power surged wildly as he drew strength from the earth. The earth's power was endless, and his injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. At this point, Elder Withering Flourish seemed to have given up on leaving. He probably knew he couldn't leave even if he wanted to, so he decided not to leave. He stayed there, absorbing the earth's power, looking like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. The Beast Emperor spoke with disdain.
"You think this emperor came with just an avatar?"
A mass of mist approached from afar at an astonishing speed, instantly merging with the avatar. Terrifying pressure surged through heaven and earth. Even though the Beast Emperor could only exert 30% of his power on the origin continent, that was 30% of a great Tao realm being's power, far surpassing the 9th level Tao Venerable realm. Elder Withering Flourish spoke with disbelief.
"For the sake of a human youngster, your main body actually took action. Do you know what you're doing?"
The Beast Emperor laughed coldly.
"Does this emperor need you to teach what to do? It seems the lesson last time wasn't enough. Perhaps this emperor needs to make another trip to the Western continent."
Elder Withering Flourish was still defiant.
"If you dare come to the Western continent again, this elder will surely make you pay the price."
The Beast Emperor smiled.
"Then let's see what price you can make me pay. At least today, this avatar of yours is finished."
Mist surged, and a terrifying fist appeared in the world. Although this fist didn't have any great Tao power enhancing it, anyone who looked at it would feel incredibly terrified. This punch seemed capable of shattering the entire northern continent. Lin Moyu sensed that the power of this punch had completely surpassed the limits of the Tao Venerable realm, entering the realm of the Great Tao. However, it should be the weakest punch in the Great Tao realm. After all, the Beast Emperor could only exert 30% of his power here. Everyone's attention was drawn to this punch. It seemed to contain supreme power, the goal pursued by all 9th level Tao Venerables. At this moment, a suction force appeared in Lin Moyu's palm, drawing in some of the vines that had been shattered from Elder Withering Flourish's avatar earlier. He began to chew on them. Elder Withering Flourish's voice revealed despair and anger.
"Fine, Beast Emperor. Since you're being so absolute, this elder will surely let you know what regret means."
The Beast Emperor laughed wildly.
"This emperor wants to see how you'll make this emperor regret."
The fist slowly descended. Its speed was very slow, but Elder Withering Flourish knew clearly that he had nowhere to escape. The fist was still 1,000 meters in the air, but its terrifying power was already causing the earth to crack again. Elder Withering Flourish didn't try to escape. He knew there was no escape. The fist landed on Elder Withering Flourish's avatar at an extremely slow speed. The thorny body was completely crushed under the fist. With one punch, Elder Withering Flourish's avatar died on the spot. Everyone present knew how difficult it was to kill Elder Withering Flourish's avatar, but it couldn't withstand a casual punch from the Beast Emperor. This showed how powerful the Beast Emperor was. After killing Elder Withering Flourish's avatar with one punch, the fist instantly disappeared without causing any impact on the earth. This showed what level the Beast Emperor's control over power had reached. Su Mao and the others knelt before the Beast Emperor.
Greetings to the Beast Emperor.
The Beast Emperor made a sound of acknowledgement.
You all did well this time. Now withdraw. This Emperor wants to speak with friend Lin alone.
Su Mao immediately stood up and retreated. The Beast Emperor's orders were above all else. They didn't dare hesitate for a moment. After this incident, Lin Moyu's importance in Su Mao's heart increased even more. The Beast Emperor not only called Lin Moyu a friend, but also killed Elder Withering Flourish's avatar for Lin Moyu's sake. Su Mao knew Elder Withering Flourish's identity. He was the master of the 100 Herbs Alliance, an existence on the same level as the Beast Emperor. Unexpectedly, for Lin Moyu's sake, the Beast Emperor didn't give the other party any face at all. This showed how important Lin Moyu was in the Beast Emperor's heart. 3199 3199. Chapter 3199. Where did they come from? The earth was shattered, mountains collapsed in the battle, and tens of thousands of li had turned to ruins, no longer the green mountains and clear waters of before. This was the first time such an event had occurred outside Nine-Tailed City. For countless years, the area around Nine-Tailed City had never experienced such a great battle. However, it didn't matter. Afterward, the Celestial Fox clan would come to repair it. This land would be restored to its original state before long, at most losing a few high mountains. Lin Moyu came before the Beast Emperor.
Thank you, Beast Emperor, for coming to my rescue.
The Beast Emperor's voice carried authority, yet also a hint of gentleness.
Even if this Emperor hadn't come, friend Lin should have been fine.
Lin Moyu shook his head.
If the Beast Emperor hadn't come, he certainly wouldn't have fled. In the end, he might have taken root in Nine-Tailed City, and we would have had no way to deal with him.
The Beast Emperor nodded.
That's true. His final technique would have been very difficult for ordinary 9th-level Dao Venerables to kill him.
Lin Moyu said.
So I really must thank the Beast Emperor for coming to the rescue. Otherwise, even if I had been fine, Nine-Tailed City would likely have suffered.
Lin Moyu had brought Nine-Tailed City into it. If Elder Withering Flourish had really caused trouble in Nine-Tailed City, it would have been the Beast Emperor who lost face. After all, this was the Beast Emperor's territory, and the Celestial Fox clan was under the Beast Emperor's command. The Beast Emperor said,
Elder Withering Flourish went too far this time. This Emperor might have to go teach him another lesson.
Lin Moyu said,
When Elder Withering Flourish came to kill me this time, he said that if you went to find him again, he would surely make things difficult for you. He's not easy to bully either. If he fights desperately, he could at least fight you to a mutual defeat.
The Beast Emperor fell silent, then sighed lightly.
He's not wrong. If he really fought desperately, at most this Emperor could fight him to a mutual defeat. Killing him is almost impossible.
Lin Moyu said,
So I think you shouldn't go find him. It's not worth injuring yourself for his sake. Moreover, his avatar was destroyed here this time. He probably won't make a move again for a short while. However,
the Beast Emperor heard the implication in Lin Moyu's words and asked,
However what?
Lin Moyu said,
However, I'm about to go to the Western continent, and I'm afraid there might be some trouble.
The Western continent was quite far, and Elder Withering Flourish was in the Western continent. If he set his sights on Lin Moyu, even the Beast Emperor might not be able to help from so far away. Lin Moyu wasn't afraid of Elder Withering Flourish's avatar. But facing Elder Withering Flourish's main body, Lin Moyu knew his current strength was far from enough. Seeing the Beast Emperor's punch earlier, he realized that the strength of Great Dao Realm beings far exceeded his imagination. His previous estimates of the Great Dao Realm were inaccurate. The Beast Emperor asked in a low voice,
Why do you want to go to the Western continent? That place is no paradise. Some things there are even more troublesome than in the Eastern continent.
The Eastern Continent wasn't actually as chaotic as imagined. It might have been chaotic before, but now that Antares had appeared, led the Eastern Spirit Empire, and carried out a major cleanup, the structure of the Eastern Continent had become clear. The Lufin Chamber of Commerce, led by the three ancestors, was the top power in the Eastern Continent on the surface. The Eastern Spirit Empire, led by Antares, was the hidden power in the Eastern Continent. These two powers, one overt and one covert, had actually taken control of the entire Eastern Continent. As for other factions in the Eastern Continent, they were just minor disturbances, not amounting to much. In the Western Continent, there were the Buddhist Clan, Insect Clan, Dragon Clan, and the 100 Herbs Alliance. These four powers fought each other, already showing signs of a chaotic situation. Besides this, there was also the Netherworld Clan hidden in the shadows of the Western Continent, as well as some powerful spirit beasts. The actual situation in the Western Continent was more chaotic than the Eastern Continent. Lin Moyu said,
Precisely because the situation is more chaotic, I wanted to ask the Beast Emperor to help me think of a solution.
The Beast Emperor thought for a moment.
The 100 Herbs Alliance is in the northeast of the Western Continent, closest to here. If you want to go to the Western Continent, it's best to avoid that area. You can ask that three ancestors fellow to buy the best map. The map will show the territories of various clans in the Western Continent. Bring out the Beast Emperor flower I gave you.
Lin Moyu handed the Beast Emperor flower to the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor took the flower back into the mist and said,
This Emperor will modify the Beast Emperor flower. Carry it with you at all times, and it can help conceal your aura. As long as you don't enter the 100 Herbs Alliance's territory, Elder Withering Flourish won't be able to sense you. If you want to go to the Western Continent, it's best to take a detour and enter from the southwest.
Saying this, the Beast Emperor returned the modified Beast Emperor flower to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu saw that a divine rune had been added to the Beast Emperor flower. This rune emitted a mysterious aura, formless and intangible, enveloping him as if concealing something about him. The Beast Emperor continued,
As long as you don't enter the 100 Herbs Alliance's area, Elder Withering Flourish won't discover you. If you accidentally enter, flee immediately and tell this Emperor at once. This Emperor will come as quickly as possible.
Lin Moyu nodded, hanging the Beast Emperor flower at his waist, and asked,
It seems Elder Withering Flourish monitors his territory very strictly.
The Beast Emperor said,
Elder Withering Flourish has openly created 3 avatars. One of them is named Wild Grass. The Wild Grass avatar isn't strong in combat, but it possesses an ability called proliferation. Wild Grass can proliferate countless offspring, each of which can become Wild Grass's eyes. Elder Withering Flourish uses this ability to monitor the entire 100 Herbs Alliance.
Lin Moyu asked again,
What about nearby?
The Beast Emperor said,
The 100 Herbs Alliance is located in the northeast. The 2 sides closer to the inland of the Western Continent are the territories of the Dragon Clan and Insect Clan. Neither direction is easy to deal with, and Wild Grass won't go there. Further northeast is the Realm Sea. Some nearby islands are actually territory of the 100 Herbs Alliance, and might have Wild Grass's offspring. Further away is Old Black's domain. Elder Withering Flourish doesn't dare to provoke him. So as long as you enter the Western Continent from the southwest, and don't cross through the Dragon Clan and Insect Clan territories, you basically won't be sensed by Elder Withering Flourish.
Lin Moyu already had a map of the Western Continent in his mind, and with the Beast Emperor's explanation, he now understood the general situation of the Western Continent. In the map he currently had, the largest area in the Western Continent was occupied by the Buddhist clan. If he entered the Western Continent from the southwest, he would first step into Buddhist clan territory. His relationship with the Buddhist clan didn't seem very good either, having killed several Buddhas. But compared to Elder Withering Flourish, entering through the Buddhist clan side seemed a bit safer. He wanted to find the Netherworld clan. From the information given by the 3 ancestors, Lin Moyu saw that the Netherworld clan's location was in the north of the Western Continent, in a small area at the border between the Dragon Clan and the 100 Herbs Alliance territories. This area was a desolate region of the Western continent, not a good place. Neither power was interested in those areas, so the Netherworld clan had multiplied and grown strong there. Besides this, the three ancestors had also told him about another hell fragment. That hell fragment was in the Buddhist clan's territory. So the Buddhist clan was also a place he had to go. Lin Moyu said,
Beast Emperor, I have a question I'd like to ask, if you know the answer.
The Beast Emperor laughed heartily.
No need to be so polite with this Emperor. If you have a question, just ask.
Lin Moyu said,
When the Origin catastrophe ended, there were no Buddhist or insect clans on the Origin continent. Where did they come from?
The Beast Emperor's mist suddenly paused. He asked with slight surprise,
How do you know this?
3,200. Chapter 3200. It's time to suffer a bit. Nine-Tailed City was still bustling with activity. The recent battle outside the city and the appearance of the Celestial Fox Ancestor's illusion had become topics of conversation for countless beast races. However, most beast races didn't know that the Beast Emperor had just been there. The Celestial Fox clan had dispatched a large number of people to repair the tens of thousands of li of land damaged outside the city. Lin Moyu returned to his palace. The Beast Emperor had already left. He had obtained some uncertain answers from the Beast Emperor. Faced with Lin Moyu's questions, the Beast Emperor had been somewhat vague. However, Lin Moyu could be sure that whether it was the Buddhist clan or the Insect clan, their backgrounds were not small. As for what exactly their backgrounds were, the Beast Emperor didn't say. From the Beast Emperor's words, it could be analyzed that the root of the Buddhist clan was a line of inheritance, and this inheritance created the current Buddhist clan. This inheritance wasn't entirely from the Origin continent, possibly mixed with some other things. As for the Insect clan, they were even less of a native species of the Origin continent. If they weren't from the Origin continent, then they naturally came from another world. But the Tao didn't show disgust towards them, so they could now be considered part of the Origin continent. Finally, Lin Moyu took out the materials given by Su Mao. These materials were recently compiled by Su Mao, said to contain information Lin Moyu needed. After reviewing them, the jade tablet in Lin Moyu's hand automatically turned to dust, leaving nothing behind.
So Su Mao had already seen through Little Five's true identity. Is it that he doesn't want Little Five's bloodline, or that he doesn't dare to want it?
Lin Moyu felt it was both. As the clan leader of the Celestial Fox clan, Su Mao naturally knew that capturing a soul spirit progenitor beast was a double-edged sword. If successful, they might be able to try to learn and comprehend the Tao of cause and effect through the soul spirit progenitor beast. If they failed, the entire clan's destiny would be damaged. The soul spirit progenitor beast was a very mysterious species, not something anyone could kill if they wanted to. Over the years, many soul spirit progenitor beasts had been captured, but no one had ever truly mastered the Tao of cause and effect. So after seeing through Little Five's identity, Su Mao hadn't thought about capturing Little Five. Not only did he not capture her, but he also told Lin Moyu about the information on other soul spirit progenitor beast groups. Within the Celestial Fox clan's territory, there were two other groups of soul spirit progenitor beasts living. Su Mao and several high-level Celestial Fox clan members knew about this, but they all tacitly agreed not to trouble these two groups of soul spirit progenitor beasts, because they knew this might be a losing proposition, and they didn't want to get entangled in any causal relationships with the soul spirit progenitor beasts. This was also the cleverness of the Celestial Fox clan, not letting greed blind their eyes. Now that Su Mao had seen through Little Five's identity and discovered Little Five's relationship with Lin Moyu, he told Lin Moyu about this matter. As for how Lin Moyu would handle it, that was Lin Moyu's own decision. Besides this, the materials also recorded some information that might be related to hell fragments. This information was very scattered, numbering in the tens of thousands, even more chaotic than last time. Su Mao had similarly just given the information to Lin Moyu, letting Lin Moyu analyze it himself. Tens of thousands of pieces of questionable information spread across the 4 continents. Lin Moyu thought it would take considerable time to analyze. Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't think about it himself. He directly gave it to the human emperor, letting the human emperor analyze it. This was the human emperor's forte. Lin Moyu called out the Soul Clan leader and told him about the other two groups of soul spirit progenitor beasts.
Soul Clan leader, I want to bring those two groups of soul spirit progenitor beasts to Dao's speech city together. I'd like to ask your opinion.
The Soul Clan leader shook his head.
Since they've been living here for so many years, and the Celestial Fox clan knows of their existence, with both sides coexisting peacefully, this old one thinks it's best not to disturb them. Our groups don't communicate with each other and have no relationship. It's like the various sects within the human race. Although they're all human, they don't necessarily get along harmoniously. So I think if we bring them to Dao's speech city together, they might not agree. Even if they agree, they might not get along harmoniously with us.
Lin Moyu listened to the Soul Clan leader's explanation and nodded slightly.
I understand your concerns.
Although they were all soul spirit progenitor beasts, they were different groups after all, and indeed might not be able to get along harmoniously. The Soul Clan leader said,
Moreover, we carry causality. If any conflicts arise between us, it might affect Dao's speech city.
Lin Moyu had originally wanted to take away the soul spirit progenitor beasts, not only for Little Five's sake but also because they could bring some benefits to Dao's speech city. If so, then naturally the more soul spirit progenitor beasts the better. Now it seemed he had thought too much. Since that was the case, there was no need to bother. Lin Moyu went to the Lufan Chamber of Commerce to inquire about the movements of the hurricane warships. The number 2 hurricane warship would arrive at Nine-Tailed City in about 20 days, then depart from Nine-Tailed City, crossing the northern continent to head towards the eastern continent. The number 4 hurricane warship would arrive at Nine-Tailed City in 5 days, departing from Nine-Tailed City to head towards the western continent. Originally, Lin Moyu had planned to take the number 4 hurricane warship from Nine-Tailed City to the western continent. But now that was clearly not possible. The number 4 hurricane warship's route would first arrive at the 100 Herbs Alliance's territory in the western continent. This way, Lin Moyu would essentially be telling Elder Withering Flourish, I've arrived, you can come kill me now. So Lin Moyu would take the number 2 hurricane warship to return to the eastern continent. Then from the eastern continent, he would take the number 3 hurricane warship, crossing the east and west ends of the Realm Sea to head towards the western continent. The number 3 hurricane warship stop was in the southern region of the western continent, in Buddhist clan territory. Then he would cross through the entire Buddhist territory, heading north, with the final destination being Dragon Clan territory. This also coincided with the direction Lin Moyu needed to go to find the Netherworld clan.
Since that's the case, I'll let you play for a few more days. After that, it's time to suffer a bit.
Lin Moyu revealed a mischievous smile. He was looking forward to seeing those girls' reactions when the time came. Nine-Tailed City was too big with too many fun things. The 3 girls led by Little Mist had been playing wildly for 20 days. Until the number 2 hurricane warship appeared outside Nine-Tailed City, Lin Moyu called them back. On the day Lin Moyu left, Su Mao personally led people to see them off, and also gave Little Mist and the other 2 girls each a storage ring. The rings contained countless fun things from Nine-Tailed City, as well as a large amount of Nine-Tailed City delicacies. They weren't particularly precious items, but represented their heartfelt sentiments.
Su Mao bowed to Lin Mo.
You're welcome to come play in Nine-Tailed City anytime, Mr. Lin. You are our most honored guest. That palace of yours will only be open to you from now on.
Lin Moyu smiled and said,
Clan leader is too kind. Nine-Tailed City is wonderful. If I have the chance in the future, I will certainly come.
Little Mist also chimed in.
Nine-Tailed City is so much fun. I want to come play again in the future.
Under the watchful eyes of Su Mao and the others, Lin Moyu left Nine-Tailed City and boarded the number 2 hurricane warship. At the bow of the hurricane warship, a member of the Lu family had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Lin Moyu arrived, he immediately bowed to Lin Moyu.
Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am Lu Wanshui, the manager of this number 2 hurricane warship. We have already arranged a room for Mr. Lin. Please follow me.
3201 3201. Chapter 3201. Little Ox in Unbearable Pain. Lu Wanshui was very polite to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled and asked,
Manager Lu and Manager Lu Wahai look about 80 to 90% alike. You must be brothers, right?
Lu Wanshui's face was full of smiles.
Mr. Lin is correct. Lu Wahai and I are brothers. He's the older one.
Lin Moyu said,
Manager Lu Wahai is a good person. When I took the number 4 Hurricane Warship before, he gave me a lot of conveniences.
Lu Wanshui said,
To be honest with Mr. Lin, regarding matters concerning you, the 3 ancestors have already given orders to fulfill all your requests.
Lin Moyu said,
I don't have many requests. Just don't let anyone disturb me.
Lu Wanshui said,
Rest assured, this time absolutely no one will disturb Mr. Lin. However, the 3 ancestors hope that after you arrive in the Eastern continent, you'll go to the commercial city. The 3 ancestors have something to discuss with you.
Lin Moyu said,
I understand. Just call me when we arrive at the commercial city.
Lu Wanshui arranged the number 1 VIP room for Lin Moyu, which was the most prestigious room on the entire warship. Being able to stay in the number 1 or number 2 VIP rooms was no longer a matter of money, but a symbol of status and position. With the 3 ancestors' instructions, Lu Wanshui's attitude was extremely good, almost treating Lin Moyu like an ancestor. The previous 2 times riding the Hurricane warship weren't very peaceful. It was unknown if there would be any unexpected events this time. This journey was quite long, taking about 100 days in total. Lin Moyu decided to take this opportunity to help Little Moon and the others cultivate properly. After all, he was Little Moon's teacher, called Father by Little Five, and Little Mist's master. Sometimes he indeed needed to do something to let them know what it meant to be a strict teacher, kind father, and good master. Alright, besides these 3 girls, there was also one more. Lin Moyu activated the formation in the room, shielding it from the outside. Then he brought out the 3 girls and Little Ox from the great world. Little Mist looked at Lin Moyu with her big eyes.
Master, you said earlier you would help us cultivate. Are we starting now?
Lin Moyu smiled and said,
Yes, I'm thinking about who to start with. I should warn you, it might be a bit painful.
Little Mist volunteered bravely.
Little Mist isn't afraid of pain. Little Mist is the most obedient. So let's start with Little Ox.
Little Ox, on the side, was immediately stunned. Little Ox looked at Little Mist with an extremely innocent expression, as if saying,
My lady, why did you suddenly turn to me?
But he only dared to think it. Facing Little Mist, this young lady, he didn't dare to actually say it out loud. Otherwise, his future days wouldn't be pleasant. Lin Moyu smiled and asked,
Little Moon, Little Five, who do you think we should start with?
Before the 2 could answer, Little Ox had already stepped forward.
Great Master, let's start with Little Ox. It's better to face it now than later.
It's just a bit of pain, better to enjoy it early. Moreover, he could gain favor in front of the 2 young ladies, Little Moon and Little Five. Lin Moyu saw through Little Ox's small thoughts clearly.
You're quite clever. Then let's start with you. Come, open your soul world.
Little Ox was very obedient and immediately opened his soul world, letting Lin Moyu enter. In the soul world, Lin Moyu saw a purple spot on Little Ox's soul. This was the lightning poison left after long-term exposure to purple lightning refinement. The more lightning poison, the worse the effect of purple lightning body refinement. The lightning poison would gradually disappear over time, but it would take an extremely long time, measured in thousands of years. Given Little Ox's current situation, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the benefits of purple lightning for at least 2,000 years. This kind of lightning poison, in Lin Moyu's view, was similar to the Dao poison he had experienced before. The world-burning fire could remove Dao poison. Now, the world-burning fire could similarly remove lightning poison. Lin Moyu manifested a tiny bit of weak world-burning fire. As the world-burning fire approached Little Ox's soul, He instinctively shuddered. Little Ox could feel that this flame in Lin Moyu's hand was incredibly terrifying, simply the nemesis of souls. He said in a submissive tone.
Master, will this be very painful?
Lin Moyu said.
Indeed, it will be very painful, but there's no other way. You'll have to endure it.
Little Ox let out a muffled cry.
Master, please be gentle.
Lin Moyu smiled half-jokingly.
Don't worry, I know my limits. If I accidentally go too far, then I wish you an early death and rebirth.
Little Ox was so scared he trembled, his entire ox body curling up, head tucked in, eyes tightly closed. Since it was so dangerous, it was better not to look. Little Ox put on a dead pig not afraid of boiling water expression, saying with resignation,
Master, go ahead.
Lin Moyu touched the world-burning fire to the lightning poison. The lightning poison burned in the world-burning fire, quickly fading.
It really works.
As Lin Moyu had thought, the world-burning fire could indeed remove the lightning poison. Deafening screams echoed in the room. Little Ox couldn't help but jump up, hitting the ceiling of the room. Fortunately, there were many formations in the room. Little Ox's strength alone couldn't break through. Little Ox screamed incessantly, rolling on the ground in pain. Pain originating from the soul was indeed not something an ordinary person could endure. Even though Lin Moyu precisely controlled the world-burning fire, the soul still transmitted terrifying pain. Little Ox felt as if countless people were stabbing his soul with swords. Every instant, countless swords pierced him through, turning him into a hornet's nest in the blink of an eye. After becoming a hornet's nest, the wounds quickly healed, and those people continued stabbing with their swords. This cycle repeated endlessly, stabbing him half to death, then healing, then stabbing again. The pain in his soul prevented him from even fainting. Both his soul and body remained conscious. Little Ox even thought about giving up his physical body. But it was useless. Lin Moyu told him that if he gave up his physical body, the pain in his soul would double. He was already in unbearable pain. If it doubled, he really couldn't take it. Little Ox decided to endure. No matter how painful, it would eventually pass. Watching Little Ox's reaction, the three girls were all scared. Little Mist said in a low voice,
Is it really that painful? Isn't he exaggerating a bit?
Little Moon shook her little head, indicating she didn't know. Little Five said,
He's probably not exaggerating. The pain of the soul is at least 1,000 or 10,000 times that of the physical body. Not many people can endure it.
Little Mist stuck out her tongue.
Maybe we should forget about it and just let the lightning poison dissipate over time.
Little Moon then said,
Although it will be very painful, Teacher is definitely doing this for our own good. I think it's better to endure it.
Little Five also added,
There's a human saying, only by tasting the bitterest of the bitter can one become the best of the best. To cultivate quickly, one must certainly suffer. Father is so confident in doing this, which means he must have done it before. Perhaps Father did it on himself.
Little Five's words made sense. Lin Moyu had indeed experimented on himself before. Little Mist was still apprehensive.
How about you tie me up? I'm really scared.
Little Moon giggled.
Don't be afraid, young miss. Little Moon will be with you.
Little Five also comforted her.
It'll be all right. Father knows his limits.
3202 3202. Chapter 3202. Second Exploration of the Soul Void. Lin Moyu's realm was now higher, and his control over the world-burning fire far surpassed before. After half a day, the lightning poison on Little Ox's soul was finally completely cleared. When Lin Moyu stopped, Little Ox lay half dead on the ground, barely breathing, looking close to death. Lin Moyu casually kicked him.
Go to a room to rest.
Little Ox used his last bit of strength to crawl and roll to a corner of the room. Lin Moyu's gaze swept over Little Mist and the others, revealing a mischievous smile.
It's your turn now. Little Mist is the big sister, so you go first.
Little Mist made a sound of surprise. She opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, but ultimately couldn't say it. Little Mist sighed helplessly, hanging her head as she came before Lin Moyu.
Master, please be gentle.
Lin Moyu smiled and said,
Don't worry, it won't be too heavy.
The next second, Little Mist's cries of pain echoed through the room. Half a day later, Little Mist's moment of suffering ended. Little Mist fell to the ground like cotton, lying motionless. That expression of unbearable pain seemed to be telling Little Moon and Little Nine, "It's your turn now." Next were Little Moon and Little Nine. Their performance was much better than the other two. They endured the soul-rending pain brought by the world-burning fire without crying out, only occasionally letting out some groans. To have such endurance was already quite remarkable. Lin Moyu found that there wasn't much lightning poison residue on Little Moon's soul, about 10 times less than Little Ox and the others. This was the result of her innate jade soul. Little Moon's cultivation had been without bottlenecks, showing the incredible power of her innate jade soul. After clearing the lightning poison from all 4 of them, Lin Moyu sent them back to the Great World to continue enjoying the purple lightning baptism. Without the influence of lightning poison, with the help of purple lightning, the 4's cultivation began to increase again. For Little Ox, cultivation was secondary. The most important thing was bloodline growth. For Little Nine, as the soul spirit ancestor, both his cultivation and bloodline were growing at an astonishing speed. Little Mist directly strengthened her cultivation, which had nothing to do with bloodline. Little Moon gained the most benefits. Lin Moyu felt that before long, Little Moon would be able to step into the Venerable Realm. How many years had it been since Little Moon started cultivating? At the current rate, Lin Moyu thought Little Moon should be able to enter the Great Venerable Realm within 10 years, then use another 100 years to enter the Tao Venerable Realm. By then, Little Moon would be the youngest Tao Venerable on the entire Origin continent. Lin Moyu wasn't clear on the limits of the innate Jade Soul, only knowing that Little Moon was far from reaching her limit. While helping Little Moon clear the lightning poison, Lin Moyu compared his own soul with Little Moon's. Little Moon's soul was far clearer and purer than ordinary people's souls, like a flawless jade. This flawlessness was innate. His own soul, constantly refined by the Dragon Soul Crystal, was also extremely pure and clean. However, compared to Little Moon, it lacked that sense of natural perfection, more like a product of later processing. No matter how strong his soul was, in terms of level, it wasn't as good as Little Moon's innate jade soul. But all this changed not long ago. The 11-colored Dragon Soul Crystal, with one breath of dragon fire, greatly increased his soul level. His soul became purer, and like Little Moon's, possessed a sense of natural perfection. Essentially, his soul transformed from acquired to innate, and became even stronger than the innate jade soul. The stronger the soul, the easier it is to comprehend the great Tao. Cultivation speed also increases, and the speed of condensing Tao patterns directly doubles, changing from one Tao pattern every 200 years to one every 100 years. Under the effect of the great Tao crystals, it further shortened from 100 years to 50 years. Lin Moyu felt that his soul should be able to continue improving, and the key to this improvement lay in the Dragon Soul Crystal.
Continue to improve the Dragon Soul Crystal, then use the Dragon Soul Crystal to improve my soul level. To improve the Dragon Soul Crystal requires high-quality soul crystals. Soul crystals can be quickly obtained using the world-burning fire. However, strong souls are not easy to find.
The strong souls Lin Moyu spoke of were at least 7th-level Tao Venerable experts or above. 7th-level Tao Venerables weren't cabbages, not something you could kill whenever you wanted. Moreover, even the souls of 7th-level Tao Venerable ancestors, Lin Moyu felt, weren't enough to push the Dragon Soul Crystal further and evolve a 12th color. To evolve the 12th color probably required even higher quality soul crystals. This evolution of the Dragon Soul Crystal relied on the soul crystal obtained from Supu, a pseudo-great Tao realm being. From this, it could be deduced that for the Dragon Soul Crystal to evolve again might require a soul crystal from a great Tao realm being. A great Tao realm soul crystal was even rarer, something that could be encountered but not sought. Even if placed before him, the world-burning fire couldn't refine it. Lin Moyu unconsciously looked towards the soul void outside his soul world. In the depths of the soul void, there existed many powerful soul bodies.
Perhaps the future evolution opportunity for the dragon's soul crystal lies in the soul void. But my strength isn't enough now, and the world-burning fire isn't sufficient to refine a great Tao realm soul. I'll have to go again later. However, I can try now.
With a thought, Lin Moyu's soul took a step and arrived at the edge of his soul world. A crack appeared in the soul world, and Lin Moyu's soul stepped out through the crack. He had been to the soul void before and knew that as long as he didn't stray far from his soul world, he wouldn't get lost. Stepping into the soul void again, Lin Moyu's feelings were even more profound than the first time. Standing at the edge of his soul world, he could feel a mysterious connection between his soul and the soul world, as well as with his physical body. This connection was like two thin threads binding them together. Whether it was the connection with the physical body or the soul world, both were threads ensuring he wouldn't get completely lost in the soul void. Lin Moyu tried flying out a distance. He found that the connection between them began to weaken. The further the distance, the weaker the connection, until the connection reached its limit and the thin threads snapped. At that point, he would truly be lost. Moreover, as the distance grew further, his spiritual sense rapidly sent warnings. The sense of unease deep in his soul grew stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu realized that the soul void was indeed extremely dangerous. Lin Moyu willed it and summoned the Shadow General in the soul void. The Shadow General loudly displayed its full strength. The entire process was very smooth, with no difference from the outside world. Then Lin Moyu tried various other techniques. Except for origin techniques, he tried almost all techniques and there were no problems. This also meant that he could exert his full strength in the soul void. This attempt satisfied him greatly. In the future, when entering the soul void, he would have some confidence. Though he had gained some confidence, the biggest problem still remained unsolved. How exactly could he avoid getting lost in the soul void?
My technique star is in my soul world. Once I'm far from my soul world, can I still use techniques? This is also a question.
Lin Moyu fell into deep thought, unable to think of any good solutions for the moment. Suddenly, his soul felt someone shaking his body. His soul quickly returned. Little Mist's voice sounded in his ear.
Master, we've arrived.
3203 3203. Chapter 3203. Then I'll accept your good wishes. Arrived? The 100-day journey ended just like that? This time it was Lin Moyu's turn to be stunned. He had clearly only been in the soul void for a short while, just flying around his soul world for a bit, then doing some experiments and finally pondering some questions. Adding it all up, it shouldn't have been more than 2 days. But the facts were before his eyes. Through the room, Lin Moyu could see the commercial city. They had indeed arrived at the commercial city. Lin Moyu realized that time in the soul void was not synchronized with time on the origin continent. The difference between the two was at least several dozen times. 1 day in the soul void might be several dozen days on the origin continent.
I didn't expect the time flow in the soul void to be so different.
Suddenly, Lin Moyu had a flash of insight, his eyes lighting up.
I understand now. The reason why it's easy to get lost in the soul void is because of the different time flow rates. Once a soul enters the soul void, it experiences a different time flow rate than the soul world. So as time passes, the gap between them grows larger and larger. If the distance is close, it's still okay, as corrections can be made continuously. But if the distance is far, corrections can't be made between them. Distance and time both lead to the soul getting lost.
Lin Moyu felt he somewhat understood the nature of the soul void. He pondered whether he could use the Tao of time to counteract the time flow rate of the soul void, keeping his own time flow rate consistent with his soul world. If so, would that prevent him from getting lost? At the very least, it could expand his range of activity. Lin Moyu was eager to try this in the soul void immediately, but seeing the bustling commercial city not far outside the ship, he suppressed this thought. Lin Moyu went to say goodbye to Lu Wanshui, then left the hurricane warship and entered the commercial city. As soon as he entered the city, Lu Lien, the grand steward of the commercial city, appeared before Lin Moyu. After many days, Lu Lien was still the same as before, with a hint of coolness. Lu Lien bowed slightly to Lin Moyu.
Welcome, friend Lin.
Lin Moyu smiled and said,
Fairy Lu is too kind. I wonder if the three ancestors have any new instructions for calling me this time.
Lu Lien said,
The three ancestors calling for you is just a small matter. The one who really wants to see you is Xiaohou Yuan. Senior Xiaohou?
Lin Moyu's heart stirred.
Is it about the matter I entrusted to Senior Xiaohou?
Lu Lien didn't answer.
Follow me.
Lin Moyu immediately followed Lu Lien to Xiaohou Yuan's residence. On the way, Lin Moyu asked,
Fairy Lu, where is the number 3 hurricane warship now?
Lu Lien said,
You want to go to the western continent, right?
Lin Moyu smiled slightly.
Yes.
Lu Lien said,
The number 3 hurricane warship is still en route. It will take about 30 more days to reach the commercial city.
30 days, not too long. The number 3 hurricane warship had to cross the realm sea, so the journey was longer. A round trip took about 300 days. It was the familiar courtyard. Xiaohou Yuan had received Lu Lien's message early and was already waiting in the yard. Seeing Lin Moyu, Xiaohou Yuan laughed heartily.
Congratulations on your triumphant return, Mr. Lin.
Lin Moyu's mouth twitched.
Senior Xiaohou, that joke isn't funny at all.
Xiaohou Yuan laughed even more happily.
Even the Beast Emperor calls you a friend, and the leaders of the 10 great royal clans call you Mr. Lin. It's not inappropriate for this old man to call you Mr. Lin.
The Lufan Chamber of Commerce's information network was incredibly efficient. The events that occurred in the northern continent had already been reported back. Xiaohou Yuan was so close to the 3 ancestors, naturally he knew everything clearly. Lin Moyu smiled helplessly.
They can say that, but you can't. Otherwise, you'd be shortening this junior's lifespan.
Xiaohou Yuan laughed.
All right, I won't shorten your life then. Little Lin, I guess you already know why this old man called you here, right?
Lin Moyu said.
I've guessed some of it. It should be about Lillian's matter having some progress, right?
Xiaohou Yuan waved his hand, and a huge crystal suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The crystal floated in mid-air, emitting a rich aura of the great Tao. The light of the sun origin shone on it, reflecting rainbow-like colors. Inside the nearly transparent crystal, Lillian lay quietly like a sleeping beauty.
Lillian has recovered.
Light flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes as he activated his undead eye. In his vision, a soul flame appeared. The soul flame was still very weak, weaker than an ordinary person's. Although weak, it was complete without any defects. Xiaohou Yuan said,
I used the soul Tao to create this crystal, nurturing her soul. Her soul will gradually grow stronger and recover, but it still needs time. What follows is just a matter of time. The important thing is that it's done. However, whether she'll remember what happened in the past after she wakes up, this old man can't guarantee.
As he spoke, Xiaohou Yuan sent the crystal to Lin Moyu. Next, he just needed to find a place to put the crystal. Given enough time, Lillian would naturally recover. The crystal couldn't be put into the rules world, nor could it be isolated from the origin continent. The crystal needed to absorb the power of the great Tao to be effective. Lin Moyu took the crystal and said to Xiaohou Yuan,
Thank you, Senior Xiaohou. I believe in her luck. She will surely recover completely.
As he spoke, he took out an Icefire Tao stone.
This trip to the northern continent, this junior did obtain some good things. This Icefire Tao stone is for you, Senior. Please don't refuse.
Icefire Tao stone. Xiaohou Yuan's breathing suddenly became heavy. He knew what an Icefire Tao stone was. It was something even the 3 ancestors wanted badly, its value immeasurable. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu just took it out so casually. Xiaohou Yuan didn't immediately take it,
Little Lin, aren't you being too formal?
Lin Moyu smiled.
It's you who's being too formal. If you weren't, you'd accept it. This isn't a thank you gift, but a gift for you, senior.
Seeing Lin Moyu speak this way, Xiao Ho Yuan stopped being polite.
All right then, this old man will accept it.
Lin Moyu said.
Senior, you're going to go into seclusion next, right?
Xiao Ho Yuan was slightly surprised.
How did you know?
Lin Moyu said.
I guessed, of course. This junior obtained a method for breaking through to the Great Tao realm from there. The various sect ancestors will successively go into seclusion to cultivate and seek breakthrough. I thought Senior Xiao Ho would naturally go into seclusion too. Moreover, Senior Xiao Ho should be different from them, not taking the same path.
After his surprise, Xiao Ho Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud.
As expected of you, nothing can be hidden from you.
Actually, the three ancestors always had a breakthrough method, and it was the correct Tao pattern breakthrough method. Previously, Xiao Ho Yuan hadn't condensed Tao patterns because he couldn't become an exception. Otherwise, he would be telling everyone that the three ancestors had a breakthrough method. And the three ancestors, bound by some rules, couldn't pass down the Tao pattern breakthrough method, at least not openly. So after Lin Moyu obtained another breakthrough method, the three ancestors sold it, while also allowing Xiao Ho Yuan to break through. Xiao Ho Yuan would naturally use the Tao pattern method to break through, different from others, but others wouldn't know. The three ancestors, as shrewd merchants, did things like doing business, calculating everything very clearly, basically leaving no loopholes. Lin Moyu raised his teacup.
Then this junior will use tea instead of wine to wish Senior Xiao Ho a smooth condensation of Tao patterns and breakthrough into the Great Tao realm.
Xiao Ho Yuan also raised his teacup.
Then I'll accept your good wishes, Mr. Lin.
3204 3204. Chapter 3204. Green Lamp Ancient Buddha. Relic from Beyond the Sky. With the great Tao in sight, even the usually serious Xiao Ho Yuan had learned to joke, occasionally calling Lin Moyu
Mr. Lin.
much to Lin Moyu's helplessness. However, gradually, Lin Moyu got used to it and stopped objecting. The two chatted for a while before Lin Moyu took his leave. After Lin Moyu left, Xiao Ho Yuan's courtyard was suddenly enveloped by an invisible force, followed by the activation of a formation that completely isolated it from the outside world. Lu Lian appeared beside Lin Moyu.
Xiao Ho Yuan has gone into seclusion.
Lin Moyu nodded slightly.
Senior Xiao Ho was just waiting for me to return. Otherwise, he would have gone into seclusion earlier.
After handing Lilian over to him, Xiao Ho Yuan went into seclusion. He could have given the crystal to the three ancestors or Lu Lian to pass on, but that wouldn't have been like Xiao Ho Yuan. What he personally promised, he would personally do. Lin Moyu greatly admired Xiao Ho Yuan's character and believed he would certainly be able to condense Tao patterns and walk on the correct path. Compared to the ancestors of other sects, Xiao Ho Yuan's future was far broader. Originally, Lin Moyu had wanted to give Xiao Ho Yuan some great Tao crystals to help him condense Tao patterns. However, Xiao Ho Yuan refused, as the three ancestors had already prepared great Tao crystals for him. It made sense. Although great Tao crystals were precious, with the three ancestors' abilities, they could obtain some. Lin Moyu said to Lu Lian.
Let's go see the three ancestors.
Lu Lian nodded and directly opened a teleportation to where the three ancestors were. Coming to the mysterious space where the three ancestors were located again, it wasn't Lin Moyu's first visit. But this time he had a completely different feeling from before. The different soul level gave Lin Moyu a different perception, allowing him to see many things he couldn't see before. First was the time flow rate. The space where the three ancestors were located had a different time flow rate from the real world. Lin Moyu knew this before, but at that time he could only feel that the time flow rate was different without knowing how much difference there was. This time he could sense it. The time flow rate in the three ancestor space was sometimes fast, sometimes slow, very chaotic. When fast, it could be 3 to 5 times faster than the real world. When slow, it could also be 3 to 5 times slower. This rate was constantly changing, not fixed, presenting an overall chaotic state. For great Tao realm beings like the three ancestors, time had no meaning. As long as nothing unexpected happened, they were immortal. Lin Moyu didn't understand at first why they stayed here, but now he somewhat knew. The three ancestors should be adapting to the changes in time with the purpose of going to the soul void. Lin Moyu guessed that the three ancestors' ultimate goal was the soul void. Many great Tao realm beings would go to the soul void, and each had their own methods. The three ancestors seemed to be no exception. Lin Moyu bowed to the three ancestors.
Greetings, three ancestors.
The three ancestors chuckled.
Finished?
Lin Moyu smiled.
Half finished, I suppose. You know what I'm looking for.
The three ancestors said.
You really don't give up.
Lin Moyu said.
Can't give up. Everyone has their own path to walk. The three ancestors are preparing too, aren't you?
The three ancestors narrowed their eyes slightly, looking at Lin Moyu, who also smiled back at the three ancestors. The big and small old foxes were speaking in riddles. After a moment, Lin Moyu asked,
Have all the Tao Venerables in the Chamber of Commerce recovered?
The three ancestors nodded.
Thanks to you, they've all recovered.
Lin Moyu smiled.
That's good. I wonder why the three ancestors called me here. Do you have any new instructions?
The three ancestors said.
This ancestor is a businessman. Naturally, I'm doing business with you.
Lin Moyu smiled.
All right, please speak, three ancestors.
The three ancestors said.
This ancestor will be straightforward. I want your ice-fire Tao stone.
Lin Moyu had already guessed this.
Then what are you prepared to exchange for it?
To exchange for an ice-fire Tao stone, it would have to be something of equal value. Ordinary things wouldn't do. The three ancestors wouldn't offer them, and Lin Moyu wouldn't be interested. The three ancestors said.
That thing you're looking for, this ancestor already knows its exact location. It's in the green lamp ancient Buddha's Buddha land.
Lin Moyu frowned slightly. He knew of the green lamp ancient Buddha, a nine-wheel ancient Buddha who had reached 9 wheels many years ago. This ancient Buddha was very low-key, rarely appearing. He had established the green lamp Buddha land, and usually it was some of the ancient Buddhas under him who appeared.
In the green lamp ancient Buddha's Buddha land, is there no more specific location?
Lin Moyu asked. The three ancestors said.
Isn't this specific enough?
Lin Moyu smiled.
Even if I know it's in the green lamp ancient Buddha's hands, I can't just go and snatch it from him, can I? That's a 9-wheel ancient Buddha. Fighting him would be very troublesome. Moreover, just this information doesn't seem enough to exchange for an ice-fire Tao stone, does it?
The three ancestors didn't believe a word Lin Moyu said.
Of course I'm not asking you to snatch it. You can exchange for it. This ancestor has a Buddhist treasure here. You can take it to exchange with the green lamp ancient Buddha for the hell fragment. This information plus the Buddhist treasure should be enough to exchange for an ice-fire Tao stone.
As the three ancestors spoke, they took out a Buddhist treasure. It was a 7-story pagoda, also called a Buddha tower. Pagoda-shaped Buddhist treasures were the most common in the Buddhist clan. Many Buddhas liked to use pagoda-shaped magical treasures.
This should be a 9th-level Tao Venerable Buddhist treasure, but it seems to have been damaged, now fallen to the 8th-level Tao Venerable realm.
The three ancestors said.
Good eye. This tower is called the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If you take it to exchange, the green lamp ancient Buddha will certainly agree.
A magical treasure that had fallen in grade, plus a piece of information, still wasn't worth an ice-fire Tao stone. The two things together represented the hell fragment, which was worth enough. Lin Moyu asked with some doubt.
Will the green lamp ancient Buddha really exchange for this tower?
The value of a hell fragment needn't be said. A 7th-level Tao Venerable Buddhist treasure might not be enough. The three ancestors said.
Previously at the Beast Emperor's place, I gave you a 7th-level Tao Venerable Lotus magical treasure. Do you remember?
Lin Moyu said.
Of course I remember.
He took out the Lotus magical treasure. He had tried to have the Buddha land lich merge with it, but without success. Although both were Buddhist treasures, the Lotus magical treasure and the Buddha land lich didn't seem to be of the same type. The three ancestors said,
Put the pagoda and the Lotus magical treasure together.
Lin Moyu did as told. After the two magical treasures were combined, the Lotus magical treasure instantly transformed into countless tiny lights and merged into the pagoda. The pagoda shone brightly. Its realm hadn't changed, but it had become more complete. This Buddhist treasure was extraordinarily unusual, not an ordinary Buddhist treasure. It appeared to be at the 7th level Tao Venerable realm, but it wasn't that simple. The three ancestors said,
Now if you give the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to the green lamp ancient Buddha, he will definitely exchange.
Lin Moyu had already realized that the three ancestors had been calculating against him since they were with the Beast Emperor.
What an old fox.
He thought to himself but said aloud,
All right, let's exchange then.
As he spoke, Lin Moyu readily tossed an icefire Dao stone to the three ancestors. A transaction worth a fortune was completed with just a few words. Lin Moyu asked,
Any other transactions?
The three ancestors said,
Of course. This ancestor still wants icefire Dao stones.
Lin Moyu nodded.
Name your price.
The three ancestors said,
This old man can take you to a relic from beyond the sky.
It was the first time Lin Moyu had heard of a relic from beyond the sky, but just from the name, he seemed to have guessed what kind of place it was. He continued to ask,
Then please, three ancestors, explain what this relic from beyond the sky is.
The three ancestors directly tossed over a jade tablet containing information.
Read it yourself. This ancestor is too lazy to explain.
Lin Moyu didn't mind and checked the information in the jade tablet. Soon, he absorbed all the information in the jade tablet and learned about the so-called relic from beyond the sky. The relic from beyond the sky was a prehistoric battlefield left over from the origin catastrophe. The war back then was very intense, with many great Tao realm beings dying in battle, and countless Tao venerable realm beings perishing. As a result, many of their legacies were left in the relic from beyond the sky. To go to the relic from beyond the sky, one needed to be at least a pseudo-great Tao realm being. Even 9th level Tao venerables couldn't go. The three ancestors said they could take him up there. Although the price was as high as one icefire Tao stone, after pondering for a moment, Lin Moyu still agreed. 3205 3205. Chapter 3205. Three ancestors, haven't you tried to make it accept you as master? Lin Moyu felt a hint of anticipation for the relic from beyond the sky. After agreeing, he promptly tossed an icefire Tao stone to the three ancestors. He wasn't afraid the three ancestors would renege. As the biggest merchant on the origin continent, the three ancestors' credibility was trustworthy. The three ancestors gleefully put away the icefire Tao stone.
Good. This ancestor will make some preparations. When ready, I'll take you there. You should also make some preparations.
Lin Moyu asked,
What do I need to prepare? Cultivation level. You need to be at least 4th level Tao Venerable. Even if you can manifest a great Tao true body, it's useless. Realm is realm, combat power is combat power. They're two different things.
The three ancestors said seriously. Lin Moyu naturally understood this principle. Some things were different in the eyes of the great Tao. No matter how strong his combat power or how high his soul level, if his cultivation level wasn't there, it wasn't there. This was a hard limit. Fortunately, he wasn't far from the 4th level Tao Venerable realm. The 59th Tao pattern was already half condensed. Even without any special encounters, it would take less than 14 years to advance to the 4th level Tao Venerable realm. Lin Moyu said,
All right. When I reach 4th level Tao Venerable, you'll take me to the relic from beyond the sky. But I'd like to know some information about it first.
The three ancestors tossed over another jade tablet.
I've already prepared it for you.
Lin Moyu chuckled.
The three ancestors truly are the most excellent merchant, understanding people's hearts.
The three ancestors snorted lightly.
This ancestor will take that as sincere praise. This ancestor wants to ask, do you still have many of those flowers you used to treat the Tao venerables?
Lin Moyu said.
I do have some, but these spirit flowers are of no use to the three ancestors.
The three ancestors said.
This ancestor knows. These flowers are most effective for those below the 7th level Tao Venerable realm. Above that, the effect greatly diminishes, and they have no effect on great Tao realm beings.
Lin Moyu said.
So what the three ancestors want to know is where I got the spirit flowers from, right?
The three ancestors chuckled dryly. Even with his thick skin, this question wasn't easy to ask, but not asking made him uncomfortable. Lin Moyu smiled.
Then do you think I'll tell you?
The three ancestors already knew the answer.
Of course not.
Lin Moyu shrugged.
Everyone has their own secrets. This is this junior's own secret.
The three ancestors nodded.
This ancestor understands.
The three ancestors didn't insist. He knew very well that some things couldn't be forced. He also didn't want to antagonize Lin Moyu, so naturally wouldn't force the issue. Lin Moyu said.
I also want to buy something from the three ancestors.
The three ancestors said.
If you want to buy something, just ask little Lien.
Lin Moyu said.
Since Fairy Lu Lien is here, I'll say it all at once. I want to buy a flying magical treasure. It needs to be fast enough and not require me to personally control it.
A flying magical treasure fast enough and not requiring personal control implied that the treasure's grade needed to be high enough and it needed to have a spirit. Either of these points meant a high price. If combined, the price would increase exponentially. The three ancestors' eyes lit up slightly.
Little Lien, is that item still there?
As the Grand Steward, Lu Lien basically knew about all the good items in the Chamber of Commerce. She didn't even need to think and directly replied.
There is one. Its grade is at the 7th level Tao Venerable realm, but its speed is not slower than 8th level Tao Venerable flying magical treasures. It also has a spirit, but this treasure isn't easy to accept a master.
Lin Moyu said.
Please elaborate, Fairy.
Lu Lien said.
This treasure is called the Cloud-Piercing Sword. It's a flying-type treasure with powerful attack capabilities. Its original grade was at the 9th level Tao Venerable realm, but later due to damage, it fell to the 7th level Tao Venerable realm. But its spirit still retains the pride of a 9th level Tao Venerable, making it difficult to accept a master. Once, a 9th level Tao Venerable ancestor wanted to make it accept him as master, but that spirit would rather self-destruct the treasure than accept a master. But we felt it would be a pity to erase the spirit.
Lu Lien didn't conceal anything and explained the situation of the cloud-piercing sword. With the three ancestors' methods, erasing the spirit naturally wouldn't be a problem, but that would greatly reduce the treasure's value. However, the spirit wasn't willing to easily accept a master. Even ordinary 9th level Tao Venerables couldn't do anything about it. Lin Moyu asked.
Do you know why the spirit won't accept a master?
Lu Lien said.
I've communicated with the spirit. According to it, its old master had a special golden body silver soul constitution, with a soul level far surpassing ordinary cultivators. So it looks down on ordinary cultivators.
Lin Moyu knew about this special golden body silver soul constitution. It was an extremely strong cultivation constitution, second only to Little Moon's innate jade soul in terms of cultivation speed, but slightly stronger than the innate jade soul in combat power at the same level. Golden body referred to the physical body, while silver soul referred to the soul. Silver soul was also an innate soul, slightly inferior to the jade soul. This constitution had both physical body and soul stronger than ordinary people, and as cultivation level increased, the physical body would also strengthen. At the same level, the physical body was unrivaled. Even compared to beast races, it was only stronger, not weaker. Only those who specialized in physical body cultivation could compare. But those who specialized in physical body cultivation were inferior to golden body silver soul in terms of soul, and would still be crushed. If the cloud-piercing sword's former master was a golden body silver soul cultivator, it was understandable that it was unwilling to accept a new master. Spirits also had their own pride. Having been used to fine food, they naturally wouldn't be willing to eat coarse food. Lin Moyu looked at the silent three ancestors.
3 ancestors, haven't you tried to make it accept you as master?
The three ancestors said.
With this old man's strength, there's no need for the cloud-piercing sword.
This wasn't wrong, but Lin Moyu felt that the three ancestors must have tried and probably failed. Lin Moyu knew what level his soul was at. Previously, it was an acquired soul, but now after the dragon breath baptism of the 11-colored dragon soul crystal, his soul had transitioned from acquired to innate, no longer inferior to the jade soul. Compared to the silver soul of the golden body silver soul constitution, it should be slightly stronger. Moreover, his physical body far surpassed his cultivation realm. Perhaps he could make that spirit accept him as master. Even if he couldn't, it would be good for Little Moon to use in the future. Lin Moyu said.
Then I'll take this one. Please name a price, Fairy Lu Lien.
Lu Lien thought for a moment and said,
For this treasure, we usually exchange it for other items. The price is a 6th grade origin spirit vein. We don't accept origin crystals.
A 6th grade origin spirit vein was extremely valuable enough to establish a power. Most wouldn't exchange it for a flying magical treasure. Lin Moyu said.
But I don't have a 6th grade origin spirit vein.
Even if he had one, Lin Moyu wouldn't be willing to exchange it. It would be more practical to feed it to the skeletal hell. The three ancestors spoke up.
How about this? You can exchange it with an Ice-Fire Dao Stone. Of course, an Ice-Fire Dao Stone is more valuable than the cloud-piercing sword, so you can choose some other items to make up the difference. How about that?
Lin Moyu thought for a moment.
Then let's do this. I don't want anything else, just give me origin crystals. 3rd grade premium ones will do. My little ones in my power have grown up and might come out for experience. They'll need some origin crystals for expenses.
The three ancestors agreed immediately.
No problem. I'll have Little Lien give you a good price.
Lu Lien said.
Friend Lin is our Chamber of Commerce's VIP. According to the rules, you can get a discount.
3,206 3,206. Chapter 3206. The fundamental reason for going to the Soul Void. The deal with the three ancestors went very smoothly, with everyone getting what they needed. Lin Moyu obtained the cloud-piercing sword but didn't immediately try to make it accept him as master. Besides the cloud-piercing sword, he also got a full 1,000,000 3rd-grade premium origin crystals. 1,000,000 3rd-grade premium origin crystals was an astronomical figure for ordinary cultivators. But for the Lufin Chamber of Commerce, it wasn't much. The Lufin Chamber of Commerce had a saying. Anything that could be exchanged for origin crystals wasn't really good. Truly good things must be exchanged for other items. But for Lin Moyu, origin crystals had another important use. They could be used for setting up formations. Without powerful magical treasures, origin crystals were a universal solution for setting up formations, working for any type of formation. However, powerful formations required high-grade origin crystals. High-grade origin crystals were difficult for others to obtain, mostly held by holy lands and sects with high-grade origin spirit veins. But for Lin Moyu, high-grade origin crystals were easily obtainable. The origin crystals he had merged last time had been gradually consumed in setting up formations. So this time Lin Moyu took the opportunity to replenish his supply.
Time to work.
Lin Moyu took out 540,000 3rd-grade premium origin crystals and tossed them to the little Infinite Fusion to merge. Now, Infinite Fusion had become much stronger than before, able to merge origin crystals up to the 8th grade. 540,000 3rd-grade origin crystals were enough to merge into over 2,000 8th-grade origin crystals. Merging some more 7th-grade origin crystals and combining them would be enough to use for quite a while. As for the remaining origin crystals, Lin Moyu planned to take them back to Dao Speech City and give them to the human emperor to put in storage. He wasn't lying, people from Dao Speech City had started to come out for experience, and a lot of the origin crystals Lin Moyu had left in Dao Speech City before had been used up. However, in recent years, the Lufin Chamber of Commerce had established a branch in Dao Speech City, attracting many merchants. Dao Speech City collected some taxes from this, which was enough to cover the consumption. Even so, the warehouse was always in a half-empty state, never full. As the master of Dao Speech City, Lin Moyu wanted to help Dao Speech City, but he didn't want to help the people in Dao Speech City too much. Some things still needed to be done by themselves. They needed to earn money and walk their own paths. Lin Moyu would help, but only a little. After tossing the origin crystals to infinite fusion, Lin Moyu finally took out the cloud-piercing sword. There were a few small nicks on the sword's body, and a thin, long crack. The cloud-piercing sword had been injured, its grade dropping from 9th level Dao Venerable to 7th level Dao Venerable. Its attack power had decreased the most, followed by speed, with only the spirit maintaining its former pride. With a movement of soul power, the cloud-piercing sword was activated. It let out a sword cry, the entire sword glowing brightly, and a small spirit appeared on the sword body. The spirit had a big head and a small body, like a big-headed doll. However, this big-headed doll's face was full of arrogance, with an expression of,
"I'm the best in the world."
The big-headed doll looked at Lin Moyu.
"Who are you?"
Lin Moyu said.
"Your new master."
The big-headed doll's eyes showed a very human-like sneer.
"You, a 3rd level Dao Venerable, want to become my master? You're not qualified."
Lin Moyu smiled.
"Now the cloud-piercing sword is in my hands. Whether you're qualified or not isn't up to you to decide."
The big-headed doll said.
"Even if you were a 9th level Dao Venerable, you wouldn't be qualified, let alone a 3rd level. My master once had a golden body silver soul constitution. Only someone like my master is worthy of being my master. So what if golden body silver soul was strong? In the end, didn't they still die? As for whether I'm worthy to be your master, that's not for you to interfere with. If you don't accept me as master, I'll erase you."
Lin Moyu wasn't a very easy person to talk to. If a mere spirit dared to resist him, he would directly erase it if it didn't obey. At worst, he could let a revenant control the cloud-piercing sword. Even if not as good as the spirit, at least it would obey. The big-headed doll spirit had clearly existed for many years and had developed considerable intelligence. It immediately sneered continuously.
"Do you have the ability to erase me? You're just a 3rd level Dao Venerablins."
Before it could finish speaking, the big-headed doll suddenly let out a strange cry and retreated 2 steps. In Lin Moyu's palm appeared a flame. The world-burning fire could burn away the world, burn souls, and was also very effective against spirits. It could be said that the world-burning fire was the nemesis of spirits. As the world-burning fire appeared, Su Pu also appeared beside Lin Moyu. Su Pu said nothing, just gripping the cloud-piercing sword with one hand. Under the suppression of 9th level Dao Venerable power, the cloud-piercing sword couldn't escape even if it wanted to. Lin Moyu said,
"I wonder which is faster, you self-destructing or me burning you to ashes."
The big-headed doll's face twisted like a pretzel. It had a feeling that it would be burned to ashes by the world-burning fire, and once it started burning, it might not even be able to self-destruct. As a spirit, it understood the way of life and death and naturally didn't want to die. But it was extremely unwilling to just give in like this.
"I don't accept this."
Lin Moyu chuckled.
"Actually, at first I wanted to talk to you nicely. It was you who didn't want to talk nicely."
The arrogance disappeared from the big-headed doll's face, and its tone became softer.
"Then you speak."
Lin Moyu said.
"Why do you require your master to have a sufficiently high soul level?"
The big-headed doll said.
"Master said that after the Great Dao realm, only with a high enough soul level can one advance to higher realms. With an ordinary soul in the Great Dao realm, it's hard to take even a single step forward."
Lin Moyu's heart stirred.
"Your master was once in the Great Dao realm?"
The big-headed doll said.
"Yes, master was once in the Great Dao realm." "So, your master also perished in the origin catastrophe?"
Lin Moyu continued to ask. Only in that prehistoric catastrophe were there a large number of Great Dao realm beings who fell. The big-headed doll shook its head.
No, when the origin catastrophe began, Master wasn't yet in the Great Tao realm. Master became a Great Tao realm being during the catastrophe, but later Master fell. I was also damaged and lost consciousness. When I woke up again, it was many, many years later.
The big-headed doll had been a spirit for many years and had considerable intelligence, though not much depth of character. Its master, able to enter the Great Tao realm during the catastrophe, could be considered a rare talent. Unfortunately, in the end, they still fell. Could only be said that their luck was poor. These words could be taken as a reference. After the Great Tao realm, soul level was very important. To go further, a higher soul level was needed. Lin Moyu had a sudden feeling of enlightenment. He seemed to realize why those Great Tao realm beings all wanted to go to the soul void. Because in the soul void, there were opportunities to enhance soul level. Not the realm and strength of the soul, but the level. Soul level was fundamental, realm was just an external manifestation. It was like himself. His soul was already at the 5th level Tao Venerable Realm, and the Icefire Tao Stone was still continuously refining his soul, gradually raising his soul realm. He wasn't far from the 6th level Tao Venerable Realm. But the Icefire Tao Stone could only raise the realm, not the level. For Great Tao realm beings, realm was important, but level was even more important. Level was the foundation, realm was just the high-rise built on that foundation. Only with a solid enough foundation could the high-rise be taller. While Lin Moyu was pondering, the big-headed doll looked at the world-burning fire in Lin Moyu's hand with a very scared expression. When Lin Moyu finished pondering, the big-headed doll said,
"Can you put away that fire first? We can talk properly about anything."
Lin Moyu smiled slightly and put away the world-burning fire.
"How much do you know about the origin catastrophe?"
3207 3207. Chapter 3207. Speculation about the Great Tao Realm. The big-headed doll spirit was truly afraid of the world-burning fire. Aside from not accepting Lin Moyu as its master, it answered whatever Lin Moyu asked. Unlike those cultivators who would hide certain things, knowing what could be said and what couldn't, it said everything it knew. Unfortunately, it still didn't know very much. The main problem wasn't with its former master. When the origin catastrophe descended, its former master wasn't yet in the Great Tao realm, so they didn't face the powerful beings from the Outer Realm gods and Black Blood realm. At that time, its master faced the Bloody Legion from the Blood Rat realm. Through battle after battle, its former master broke through the Tao Venerable realm and entered the Heavenly Tao realm. After that, they truly entered the core battlefield. It was then that they encountered a powerful Outer Realm god. The former master, who had just ascended to the Great Tao realm, gloriously sacrificed themselves. A rare golden body silver soul cultivator thus perished. At the same time, the cloud-piercing sword was damaged in that battle, and the big-headed doll fell into slumber. It didn't know how many years it slept before awakening again. When it woke up, the world had completely changed. This was a brand new era, but the big-headed doll still retained its former pride. It had seen too many powerful beings. Its former master was a genius, and every friend they made was a genius. In its view, these current ancestors were all foolish and unworthy of being its master. After finishing, the big-headed doll looked at Lin Moyu expectantly, completely losing its previous arrogance. Its voice was weak as it said,
"I've told you everything I know. Can you spare me?"
Lin Moyu said,
"No need to rush. As long as your answers satisfy me, I naturally won't erase you. Next question, how are soul levels classified?"
In all the information Lin Moyu had obtained, the classification of soul levels was quite vague. In this era, they only spoke of soul realms and cultivation realms. It seemed that the higher the soul realm, the greater it was. Previously, Lin Moyu also thought this way, believing that souls were innate, like the innate jade soul predetermined at birth. After the incident with the 11-colored dragon soul crystal, he changed his view. The big-headed doll said,
"Master once said that soul levels can be divided into acquired and innate types. Acquired souls are the souls of ordinary people, while those cultivators with special constitutions often have innate souls."
Lin Moyu asked,
Is there anything more specific?
The big-headed doll tried hard to think, then shook its head.
Master didn't say specifically, but Master's friends often envied Master, saying Master had an innate soul, naturally having more advantages than others. Master also said that only with a higher soul level could one go further.
Lin Moyu pondered the big-headed doll's words, combining them with the information he possessed, and roughly analyzed some situations. Souls can be divided into acquired and innate. The first step to improving soul level is to transition from acquired to innate. The gap between acquired and innate is large and difficult to cross, but not completely impossible.
Perhaps the Great Tao realm is the crossing between acquired and innate souls.
Lin Moyu vaguely grasped a bit of the mystery of the Great Tao realm. To advance from the 9th level Tao Venerable realm to the Great Tao realm, one needs to undergo the baptism of heavenly tribulation. Only after enduring it can one truly enter the Great Tao realm. The baptism of heavenly tribulation is a test. The Tao is fair, so tests must have rewards. What the reward is, no corresponding information has been passed down. Lin Moyu had asked Supu, but even he didn't know. The true answer might only be known by those in the Great Tao realm. Lin Moyu speculated that the reward for enduring the heavenly tribulation was to transform the soul from acquired to innate. Although it was just speculation, Lin Moyu felt he was probably right. Moreover, he also thought of why there was no corresponding information. Because innate is also called natural, this transformation occurs naturally. Each person's soul is different, and their experiences are different. Once known, there would be an element of deliberateness, breaking the natural order and thus falling short. Even if one entered the Great Tao realm, the soul might not be perfect, making the subsequent path difficult.
If that's the case, my soul should have already entered the innate state, which means my path to the Great Tao realm is already open. I just don't know what kind of heavenly tribulation an innate soul would face when breaking through to the Great Tao realm.
After pondering, Lin Moyu asked again.
Did your former master face heavenly tribulation when breaking through to the Great Tao realm?
The big-headed doll said.
Of course they did, but my master was very powerful, so the heavenly tribulation they faced didn't seem very strong.
Lin Moyu felt his thoughts were probably correct. An innate level soul already meets the requirements of the Great Tao realm, so when breaking through to the Great Tao realm, the test would be smaller and correspondingly the reward would be less. Everything is relative. For the Tao, input and output are generally equal. Lin Moyu asked some more questions, and the big-headed doll told what it knew. The big-headed doll, whether out of fear or genuine patience, truly answered every question. After a round of questioning, Lin Moyu said,
Then do you think my soul is qualified to be your master?
With a thought, Lin Moyu's soul flew out and stood before the big-headed doll. The big-headed doll looked at Lin Moyu's soul with surprise.
How do I feel that your soul level is even higher than my master's?
The soul level of Golden Body Silver Soul should be inferior to Little Moon's innate Jade Soul. And Lin Moyu's soul level seemed to be a bit higher than Little Moon's innate Jade Soul, naturally surpassing the former masters. The big-headed doll looked at Lin Moyu hesitantly.
But your realm is too low.
Lin Moyu asked in return.
With my soul level, is raising my realm a difficult matter?
The big-headed doll thought for a moment, muttering to itself.
Master said that soul level is the most important thing. As long as the soul level is there, raising cultivation realm isn't difficult.
It seemed to be persuading itself to accept Lin Moyu as its new master. Lin Moyu wasn't using forceful methods now. After all, the big-headed doll had honestly answered all his questions, so Lin Moyu decided to give it a chance. As for whether it could grasp this opportunity, that was up to the big-headed doll itself. Lin Moyu also hoped for a win-win outcome, as having a spirit or not is very important for a high-grade magical treasure. After thinking for a while, the big-headed doll said,
All right then, you can refine me.
Hearing this answer, Lin Moyu smiled.
A very smart decision.
A stream of soul power surged over, entering the cloud-piercing sword, leaving Lin Moyu's imprint on the sword. This time, the big-headed doll didn't resist, and the refinement process went very smoothly. A mark appeared on the big-headed doll's brow, and its small body began to emit Lin Moyu's aura. Lin Moyu asked,
"What's your name?"
The big-headed doll said,
"Responding to Master, my name is Big Head."
It really was called Big Head. Lin Moyu's mouth twitched.
"Did your former master name you this?"
The big-headed doll made a sound of agreement.
"Yes, does Master want to change my name?"
Lin Moyu shook his head.
"No need, let's just call you Big Head."
3208 3208. Chapter 3208. Dao Speech City with a population of 10 million. Just one day after obtaining the cloud-piercing sword, Lin Moyu left the commercial city alone. Outside the commercial city, Lin Moyu stepped onto the cloud-piercing sword and shot towards the distance, his speed as fast as lightning, instantly disappearing into the horizon. The cloud-piercing sword's speed was astonishingly fast, not at all slower than those 8th-level Dao venerable flying magical treasures. While flying, the small cloud-piercing sword enlarged, reaching a length of 10 meters and a width of over 2 meters. Lin Moyu could sit steadily on it. All the oncoming wind was cut open by the cloud-piercing sword's power. With the big head spirit controlling the cloud-piercing sword, he didn't need to manage it at all and could focus on doing other things. According to Big Head, at its peak, the cloud-piercing sword speed was faster than Dao venerable realm flying magical treasures. Moreover, the cloud-piercing sword was also an attack-type magical treasure, with equally powerful attack strength.
At the cloud-piercing sword speed, it will take less than 3 days to return to Dao's Speech City. The journey to the western continent isn't safe, so it's better not to bring those girls. Find a place in Dao's Speech City to arrange for Soul One and the others.
Lin Moyu thought about what he needed to do next. He had been away from Dao Speech City for quite some time, and according to the messages from the Human Emperor, Dao Speech City had undergone significant changes. In the world of cultivators,
Changing with each passing day.
Wasn't just a figure of speech, but a real description. The moment Lin Moyu left, the 3 ancestors received a message from Lu Lian.
Lin Moyu has successfully made the cloud-piercing sword accept him as master and is now heading towards Dao's Speech City. Based on my observation, the cloud-piercing sword's spirit still exists.
After hearing Lu Lian's message, the 3 ancestors didn't respond immediately. The 3 ancestors' eyes revealed a thoughtful look. After a moment, the 3 ancestors muttered softly,
Has his soul level already reached the innate state? Or did he use some method to subdue the cloud-piercing sword's spirit?
The 3 ancestors knew about the big head spirit in the cloud-piercing sword. This fellow was very proud due to its former master. The reason it looked down on ordinary cultivators was that their soul levels were too low. It would rather self-destruct than accept a master. According to the 3 ancestors' thoughts, at least an innate level soul would be needed for it to accept a master. And innate level souls generally had only 2 possibilities. One was like himself, a great Dao realm being, and the other was a naturally born special constitution. He knew very well that in the current era, the number of special constitutions was far fewer than before. As for great Dao realm beings, being already in the great Dao realm, they naturally wouldn't be interested in a mere 7th level Dao venerable cloud-piercing sword. So, it became extremely difficult for the cloud-piercing sword to accept a master. That's why the cloud-piercing sword had been in the Lufin Chamber of Commerce's warehouse for so many years. The fact that Lin Moyu could make the cloud-piercing sword accept him as master indicated that Lin Moyu's soul level might have already entered the innate state. The 3 ancestors was certain that Lin Moyu wasn't a cultivator with a special constitution. For his soul to enter the innate state, he must have encountered some heaven-defying opportunity. But this was just his guess. Perhaps Lin Moyu had used other methods. Lin Moyu was different from other cultivators. He had various unknowns about him. Whichever possibility it was, the 3 ancestors didn't find it strange. The outline of Dao Speech City appeared in the distance. Then the entire Dao Speech City became clear in view, a huge city rapidly appearing before his eyes. Since the Lufin Chamber of Commerce had settled in, Dao Speech City had opened to everyone. Various merchant groups and cultivators had rushed over. At that moment, Dao Speech City's scale was rapidly expanding. Now, Dao Speech City was a large city with a population of 10 million, and its scale was still expanding. Dao Speech City was managed by the Human Emperor, and the entire city ran smoothly. If the Human Emperor could manage the entire great world, how could a mere Dao Speech City be a problem? The Human Emperor's strength was now extraordinary. He could handle most matters, and with the formations left by Lin Moyu, Dao Speech City had never had any major troubles. However, Dao Speech City's own foundation was still a bit weak. Apart from the Human Emperor, who was a special case, the strongest were only people like Hao Tianzuan. They were currently only high-level heavenly venerables, still a long way from becoming Dao venerables. Lin Moyu had no good solution for this. After all, his power had only been developing for a short time, and many things needed a lot of time to grind out. From afar, he saw Dao Speech City's destiny. Dao Speech City's destiny soared to the sky, intertwining with his own destiny in the unseen realm, rising and falling together. Lin Moyu knew that as long as he didn't die, Dao Speech City's destiny wouldn't decline. Then Dao Speech City's development would be very smooth, and the cultivators inside would become stronger and stronger. Powerful cultivators, while occupying a large amount of destiny, would also reciprocate a large amount of destiny. This formed a positive cycle between them, making Dao Speech City stronger and stronger. As soon as Lin Moyu approached Dao Speech City, the Human Emperor's projection appeared before him. The Human Emperor wore a slight smile.
The Realm Master has returned.
Lin Moyu nodded.
You've worked hard.
The Human Emperor shook his head.
It's not hard at all. Dao Speech City's peaceful development to this extent is also thanks to the Realm Master.
Lin Moyu asked.
Has anything happened recently?
The Human Emperor said.
Nothing major. Leguan came looking for you, but you weren't here. According to him, the new king of the Eastern Spirit Empire summoned them again. He hopes we can help look after the village.
Lin Moyu nodded.
Given the current situation in the Eastern continent, his wife shouldn't have any problems.
The Human Emperor made a sound of agreement.
Indeed, there's no problem, but Leguan hasn't returned yet.
Lin Moyu knew about the situation in the Eastern Spirit Empire. Their new king was Antares. Although he didn't know what Antares was planning, Lin Moyu believed Antares must have his own plans and wouldn't act recklessly. The Human Emperor briefed Lin Moyu on the current situation of Dao Speech City, as well as what had happened during this time. A large number of city residents had now left Dao Speech City to travel to various places. They weren't all in the Eastern continent. The Human Emperor had arranged for some people to go to the Southern continent, where humans were most numerous. Among these people, some would surely gain opportunities, and some would encounter dangers outside and die. Lin Moyu wouldn't manage these things. In his view, such things were all very normal. The two talked as they returned to Dao Speech City. Lin Moyu had long ago asked the Human Emperor to arrange an area in Dao Speech City for Soul One and the others to live. This area was very quiet and large enough. No one in Dao Speech City would trouble them. Moreover, with a 7th-level Dao Venerable powerhouse like Soul One, Dao Speech City's security could be taken up a notch. Although Soul One's strength surpassed the Human Emperor's, Dao Speech City had formations set up by Lin Moyu, so there was no fear of them having other thoughts. Lin Moyu released Soul One and the others. Looking at the exquisite courtyard and beautiful environment, their eyes were filled with curiosity. For so many years, they had always lived in the wilderness, like ordinary spirit beasts, digging holes or making stone rooms, at most building small houses in valleys. They had never thought that one day they would come to a city and live with other beings. Lin Moyu smiled and said,
Clan Leader Soul One, is this environment all right? If you have any needs, you can tell the Human Emperor at any time. He will help you rearrange things.
Soul One repeatedly said,
It's satisfactory, very satisfactory. No need to rearrange, this is very good.
Lin Moyu said,
Then you can live here. In Dao Speech City, I guarantee no one will trouble you, and you don't need to worry about safety issues. The Human Emperor will tell you about the specific rules.
3209 3209. Chapter 3209. After returning from the Western continent, let's go to the Southern continent. After arranging for Sol One and the others, Lin Moyu released Little Mist and the others as well. After this period of cultivation, Little Mist and the others had advanced further in their cultivation. Little Moon had successfully entered the Supreme Realm, with the next step being the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Little Mist had stabilized at the first level Tao Venerable Realm and was advancing towards the second level. Little Five was one level higher than Little Mist and hadn't encountered any bottlenecks so far. During this time, the three had accumulated quite a bit of lightning poison again. However, this time Lin Moyu didn't plan to use the world-burning fire to help them clear the lightning poison. Although the purple lightning containing great Tao power was a good thing, they couldn't rely on it for cultivation all the time. The foundation still needed to be solid. Purple lightning was a good addition, but they couldn't depend on it too much. The three understood this principle and had no objections to Lin Moyu's arrangement. Upon returning to Tao Speech City, Lin Moyu handed over several 100,000 third-grade premium origin crystals to the human emperor, along with a pile of miscellaneous magical treasure materials. These were all gains from this trip, which he threw into the warehouse for the human emperor to distribute. Then Lin Moyu set to work making some modifications to the formations. He strengthened the 9 Heavens Lightning Storm Formation Group, protecting Tao Speech City once again. The strengthened formation group, now controlled by the formation spirit Little Gold, was enough to block 8th level Tao Venerables and could easily kill 7th level Tao Venerables. Lin Moyu knew that he had already stepped into the realm of 8th grade formation grandmasters. Now the only thing he lacked was cultivation realm. In the entire origin continent, 8th grade formation grandmasters were very rare.
I wonder how Senior Lu Fengqing is doing.
After gaining some insight from watching Lin Moyu set up formations last time, Lu Fengqing had gone into seclusion and remained so until now. He was very likely to become an 8th grade formation grandmaster, facing the same problem of being limited by cultivation realm. The 4th level Tao Venerable Realm was the threshold for 8th grade formation grandmasters. During the modification of the formations, Lin Moyu sensed that Tao Speech City's destiny was strengthening at an unusual rate. In just over 10 days, Tao Speech City's destiny had nearly doubled. This situation was very strange. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and understood that it was Sol One and the others joining Tao Speech City that caused its destiny to increase significantly. This also showed that Sol One and the others had sincerely joined Tao Speech City.
It seems this is the best way to use Soul Spirit Progenitor Beasts. Killing Soul Spirit Progenitor Beasts doesn't work and will taint one with great karma, leading to misfortune. If one treats Soul Spirit Progenitor Beasts well enough for them to sincerely accept you, you'll still be tainted with karma, but without misfortune. Instead, it can greatly enhance destiny. Compared to studying the intangible Tao of cause and effect, enhancing destiny is much more practical.
As Tao Speech City's destiny strengthened, Lin Moyu's own destiny also increased considerably. As the city lord, he benefited the most. Others would also gain, just not as much as him. Rather than pursuing intangible things, Lin Moyu preferred tangible benefits. Destiny was very tangible. With strong enough destiny, one could encounter all sorts of good things, turn danger into safety when faced with peril, and even have endless lucky encounters. After staying in Tao Speech City for 20 days, Lin Moyu left again, returning to the commercial city. The number 3 Hurricane warship was about to arrive, and Lin Moyu needed to take the warship to the Western continent. Now, even if he didn't take the Hurricane warship, he could use the cloud-piercing sword to go to the Western continent. However, that would be too troublesome. Crossing the realm sea might encounter some problems, and it was better to avoid trouble when possible. Before leaving, Lin Moyu visited Lei Guang's village. The village was quiet, with no problems. Lin Moyu checked the village's destiny. Although not as strong as Tao Speech City's, it was still flourishing, indicating that Lei Guang hadn't encountered any accidents.
I wonder what Antares is planning. His target isn't the dragon race on the origin continent, but the dragon race in the great Tao beyond the sky. The dragon race in the great Tao.
Lin Moyu had already realized what Antares was thinking. His goal was incredibly terrifying. The dragon race in the Great Tao were probably all Great Tao realm beings. Could Antares really deal with them?
But whether it's possible or not, I will fight alongside you.
Lin Moyu said softly, his tone extremely determined. He had promised Antares that he would accompany him to kill the dragon race, no matter which dragon race it was. 3 days later, Lin Moyu returned to the commercial city. At this time, there were still a few days before the number 3 hurricane warship would arrive. The commercial city was still bustling. Since its establishment, this bustle had never stopped for a day. In the entire eastern continent, the most prosperous and safest place was the commercial city. Even when the Eastern Spirit Empire swept across the eastern continent, they would avoid the commercial city. The reason was simple: the 3 ancestors. However, Lin Moyu knew that in the future, his Tao speech city would also become like the commercial city, one of the safest places in the eastern continent.
Perhaps it's time to return to the southern continent. I wonder how you're doing.
Lin Moyu thought of Gu Hanyu, the female sect leader with whom he had a one-night stand by chance. It wasn't the first time he had thought of Gu Hanyu. He often thought of her. Lin Moyu knew it was because of the intertwined branch. The intertwined branch was too miraculous a magical treasure. Even now, he hadn't fully understood the Tao contained within it. The intertwined branch was influencing him silently, imperceptibly. He could no longer distinguish whether it was entirely due to the intertwined branch or because of that night's affection. In the end, Lin Moyu didn't bother to figure it out. Since Gu Hanyu was already his person, he should bring her back. He had once said that after establishing himself in the eastern continent, he would go marry her. Many years had passed since he said that.
After returning from the western continent, let's go to the southern continent.
Lin Moyu sighed softly in his heart. Feeling the comings and goings of people in the commercial city, Lin Moyu's thoughts scattered far and wide. Not only did he think of Gu Hanyu, but also of Ning Yi and the others. He wondered how his wives were doing. Whenever he thought of this, Lin Moyu felt a deep hatred for that blue-robed old man.
Just you wait.
Lin Moyu thought viciously. This debt would have to be settled eventually. Several days later, the number 3 hurricane warship appeared outside the commercial city. Many people disembarked from the ship. Most of them were merchants who had brought back some goods from the western continent to sell in the commercial city. Many people also boarded the hurricane warship, preparing to go to the western continent. Lin Moyu saw some people carrying the aura of the realm sea, clearly coming from the sea.
Sea race? Why are they here?
The sea race had always been self-sufficient, rarely interacting with the outside world. With this question in mind, Lin Moyu boarded the warship. The manager of the number 3 warship, named Lu Shichuan, had received notice from Lu Lian early on and was waiting for Lin Moyu. His status was now very special. He didn't even need to buy a ticket. He could board just by showing his face. And once he boarded, he would naturally be arranged in the best room. Lin Moyu met Lu Shichuan and bowed slightly.
Junior Lin Moyu greets Senior.
Lu Shichuan hurriedly waved his hands.
Mr. Lin, you're too polite. Don't call me Senior, just call me by my name.
Lin Moyu said.
Senior Shichuan, I'll trouble you this time.
Lu Shichuan repeatedly said.
It's no trouble at all. The room has been arranged. Please follow me, Mr. Lin, and I'll tell you about some situations for this journey.
3210 3210. Chapter 3210. The Great Whirlpool, Contaminated Beings. As expected, Lu Shichuan arranged the number 1 room for Lin Moyu, which was the best room on the entire warship. After receiving the message from Lu Lian, Lu Shichuan had emptied the number 1 room and kept it prepared for Lin Moyu. After arriving at the room, Lu Shichuan didn't leave. He took the initiative to make tea for Lin Moyu while explaining some matters about this journey. Lu Shichuan said,
Mr. Lin should know that our Chamber of Commerce has 4 hurricane warships, numbered 1 to 4. Number 1 travels between the eastern and southern continents, number 2 between the eastern and northern continents, number 3 between the eastern and western continents, and number 4 travels along the eastern, northern, western, and southern continents. Do you find anything strange about the routes of these 4 warships?
Lin Moyu drank the tea Lu Shichuan had personally brewed.
Indeed, it's strange. There are no warships traveling between the western southern and western northern continents.
Logically, the 4 warships should travel between 2 continents each, connecting with each other to form a cycle. But now, there were no warships traveling to and from the western southern and western northern continents. The western continent was essentially isolated. Especially if one wanted to go from the western continent to the northern continent, they could only take the number 4 warship, going through the southern and eastern continents before entering the northern continent, making a huge detour. In that case, it would be faster to fly from the western continent to the northern continent by oneself. Generally speaking, as long as one was at the 4th level Dao Venerable Realm and was careful, they could arrive safely. Lu Shichuan explained.
Initially, there was indeed a warship traveling between each pair of continents. Later, some things happened, and it changed to the current arrangement.
Lin Moyu showed a hint of curiosity.
I'd like to hear the details.
With nothing else to do, Lin Moyu was willing to listen to Lu Shichuan's gossip. Lu Shichuan said,
At that time, the humans of the southern continent, the Buddhists of the western continent, and the beast races of the northern continent had some conflicts, so they engaged in a great battle on the Realm Sea. This battle lasted for many years, and many sea race beings in the Realm Sea were affected and died unjustly. Later, the king of the Realm Sea intervened forcefully, killing many people from the 3 races, finally ending the battle. From then on, the 3 races had some grudges against each other. At that time, the sea race was very powerful and demanded compensation from the 3 races. On the human side, the 3 ancestors came forward and mediated, paying some compensation. On the beast race side, the beast emperor came forward and also resolved the matter. Only the Buddhist side refused to admit any fault. Instead, they said the sea race had killed their people and demanded compensation from the sea race. Guess what happened then?
Lin Moyu said.
Given the king of the Realm Sea's temperament, he probably invaded the Buddhist territory.
Lu Shichuan smiled and flattered.
Mr. Lin is correct. At that time, the king of the Realm Sea indeed led the sea race forces to invade, slaughtering several Buddha lands, beating the Buddhist clan until they didn't dare make a sound. In the end, the Buddhist clan still paid compensation, but the king of the Realm Sea also declared that the Buddhist clan was not allowed to enter the Realm Sea in the future. But later, the 3 ancestors went to see the king of the Realm Sea, and after discussion, this statement was changed to the Buddhist clan is not allowed to enter the Realm Sea on their own. From then on, if the Buddhist clan wanted to enter the Realm Sea, they could only take our hurricane warships. However, the Beast Emperor wouldn't allow the Western continent's Buddhist clan to come directly to the Northern continent, so there was no choice but to stop the warships traveling between the Western and Northern continents. Since then, if the Buddhist clan wants to go to the Northern continent, they can only take the number 3 Hurricane warship and transfer through the Eastern continent. Or they can take the number 4 Hurricane warship and go around through the Southern continent.
Lin Moyu understood. The 3 ancestors wanted the Buddhists from the Western continent to come out because there was profit to be made. He wanted to make money, so he couldn't stop the travel. But he also knew the Beast Emperor's temperament, so what was really stopped was the route between the Western and Northern continents. The Buddhist clan's disadvantage was mainly that they didn't have a great Dao realm powerhouse to back them up. The Realm Sea had its king, the Beast races had the Beast Emperor, humans had the 3 ancestors, but the Buddhist clan had no one. Lu Shichuan continued.
What I've said above isn't actually a secret. Many people in our Chamber of Commerce know this. The reason I'm telling Mr. Lin these things is to warn you to be careful in Buddhist territory. Some Buddhists still remember the past events and aren't friendly towards humans. Especially in some ancient Buddha lands, it's best if Mr. Lin can avoid going there.
Lin Moyu nodded slightly.
Thank you for telling me, Senior Shichuan. I'll be careful.
Lu Shichuan continued.
Next, let me tell you about our journey this time. Because we'll be crossing the eastern and western ends of the Realm Sea, passing through the center of the Realm Sea. There are several giant whirlpools in the center of the Realm Sea, which might affect our warship. At that time, Mr. Lin must be careful, especially when observing the whirlpools. Don't get sucked in by the whirlpool's power. Every time, there are always people who get sucked into the whirlpools and perish.
Lin Moyu had seen in the materials that there were great whirlpools in the center of the Realm Sea, with terrifying suction power, leading to unknown areas. Basically, all those who were sucked into the whirlpools never returned. Once, a 9th-level Dao Venerable Powerhouse wanted to enter the whirlpool to investigate but also didn't come back. Lin Moyu had speculated about the whirlpools before. He thought the whirlpools should lead to the formation group at the bottom of the sea. People swept into them might have entered the interior of the seal. Faced with the outer realm gods inside the seal and various divine pets, a 9th-level Dao Venerable would indeed have no chance of survival. Lu Shichuan continued,
Near the great whirlpools, there lives a kind of being. These beings are very strange, possessing extremely strong power. Whether it's attack power, defense, or speed, they're all very strong. The most troublesome thing is that these monsters have an ability that makes people hate them. Anyone who sees them will want to kill them. We warn everyone every time, but there are always people who rush out, and the results are often not good.
Lin Moyu was slightly shocked.
A feeling of disgust?
Lu Shichuan said,
Yes, it's an inexplicable feeling of disgust. You'll understand when you see it, Mr. Lin.
Lu Shichuan obviously didn't know much about the information on outer realm gods, so he didn't know the source of this feeling of disgust. But Lin Moyu knew very well that this feeling of disgust came from the Great Dao.
Beings that the Great Dao abhors have appeared in the Realm Sea. They appear near the great whirlpools. Could it be that the power of the seal has loosened, causing the power of the outer realm gods to leak out and contaminate the sea race beings? But outer realm gods don't seem to have the ability to contaminate other beings. That should be the specialty of the Black Blood realm.
Lin Moyu asked,
Have these beings always existed?
Lu Shichuan said,
They've always existed, but in the past 2,000 to 3,000 years, their numbers seem to be increasing. However, they don't pose a threat to the hurricane warships. As long as you don't rush out yourself, there won't be any danger.
Lin Moyu asked,
Have you reported this to the 3 ancestors?
Lu Shichuan said,
We have. We received a reply from Miss Lu Lian saying that this is the King of the Realm Sea's business, and we don't need to worry about it.
Lin Moyu nodded. It was good that they had reported it. But with the King of the Realm Sea there shouldn't be any major problems. Lu Shichuan then mentioned some precautions regarding the dragon race and insect race in the Western continent. He had been to the Western continent countless times and was quite clear about many things. Lin Moyu took note. It might be useful. After docking for 2 days, the warship slowly started, flying towards the west. 3211 3211. Chapter 3211. It's indeed that. The number 3 hurricane warship would cross the Realm Sea, passing through its center. The entire journey was quite long, requiring a full 150 days and nights. Lin Moyu was in his room, allowing light to shine in from outside. The formation in the warship room slowly operated, continuously converting the power of yin and yang into origin power that could be used for cultivation. Except for a few special places, Lin Moyu's room had already become the place with the most concentrated origin power on the entire hurricane warship. Lin Moyu multitasked, condensing Dao patterns while continuing to study formations. The formation materials he had purchased from the 3 ancestors were very complex, enough for Lin Moyu to study for a very long time. At the same time, Lin Moyu was also manipulating the Icefire Dao stone, refining his soul. Except for the first time when he advanced from the 3rd level to the 4th level Dao Venerable Realm. His soul had already adapted to the power of the Icefire Dao Stone. The rate of improvement was no longer as explosive as at the beginning, becoming more and more stable. Lin Moyu never pursued explosive improvements. He preferred to take things step by step, making each step solid. In addition to the cultivation changes in his soul world, Lin Moyu was also observing the formation in the room. As his formation skills continuously improved, Lin Moyu gained a new level of understanding of the formations in the hurricane warship. Previously, he felt he could replicate the formation in the room and convert the Tao power of the sun and moon into origin power. That way, he could set up such a grand formation in Tao Speech City, turning the entire city into a true cultivation holy land. But later he discovered that it was impossible to replicate. After repeated research and observation, he finally saw some clues. The formation visible to the eye was just the surface. The true core of this formation was not in the room. So even if he completely replicated the formation in the room elsewhere, it would be useless. Not to mention replication, even if he packed up and took away this room, once it left the hurricane warship, the formation would be useless. And the true core of this formation was inside the hurricane warship. The hurricane warship was one of the most important things of the Lufin Chamber of Commerce. It was absolutely impossible to obtain a hurricane warship from the three ancestors. After pondering for a moment, Lin Moyu contacted Lu Shichuan through the formation in the room.
Senior Shichuan, is it possible to contact the three ancestors directly from here?
Lu Shichuan quickly replied,
It's not possible to contact the three ancestors directly, but you can send a message to Miss Lu Lian. Any words can be relayed through Miss Lu Lian.
Then Lu Shichuan told Lin Moyu how to contact Lu Lian. It didn't need to go through him. It could be done directly through the formation in the room. According to Lu Shichuan, only the formations in the number 1 and number 2 VIP rooms on the hurricane warship had this function. Those who could stay in these two rooms had extraordinary status and naturally enjoyed some privileges. Lin Moyu sent a message to Lu Lian through the formation. The content of the message was simple. He hoped to see the internal formation of the hurricane warship. Lu Lian would certainly relay his words to the three ancestors. As for whether the three ancestors would agree, Lin Moyu wasn't sure. A moment later, there was a reply from Lu Lian's side. The reply was only 2 words. Aloud. Shortly after, Lu Shichuan knocked on Lin Moyu's door. Lu Shichuan's face was full of smiles.
Mr. Lin, the three ancestors instructed me to take you to see the interior of the warship.
Lin Moyu nodded.
Then I'll trouble Senior Shichuan.
Under Lu Shichuan's guidance, the two headed towards the interior of the warship. As they walked, Lu Shichuan introduced,
Mr. Lin should know that our hurricane warship has a structure of 4 levels above and 3 below. The top 2 levels are the living area, and the 3rd and 4th levels are the leisure, entertainment, and trading areas. As for the 3 levels below, the 1st level below is the area for the warship staff. The 2nd level below is the core area. The formation Mr. Lin wants to see is on this level. As for the bottommost level, no one can enter except the 3 ancestors, not even me. I don't know what's inside.
Lin Moyu nodded.
Then I'll trouble Senior Shichuan to take me to the 2nd level below.
According to Lin Moyu's request, Lu Shichuan led him towards the lower part of the warship. Lin Moyu sensed the aura of formations. When entering the lower 3 levels, they passed through formation after formation. Lu Shichuan would take out a jade tablet to open them. Without Lu Shichuan, one would need to break through these formations one by one. Even for him, it would take some effort. And these were just ordinary alert formations. Inside were hidden many killing formations. If activated, even a 7th level Tao Venerable would be killed. In Lu Shichuan's explanation, outsiders were not allowed to enter the lower area of the warship, especially the 2nd level below. It contained all the warship's formations, and no outsider had ever entered before. Lin Moyu was the first. From this, Lu Shichuan could judge how much the 3 ancestors valued Lin Moyu. Naturally, his attitude towards Lin Moyu was even better than before, even carrying a hint of respect. Soon, the two arrived at the 2nd level below the warship. Formation after formation of indescribable beauty appeared before their eyes. These formations were interwoven, each containing elements of the others, intertwining yet independent. Tens of thousands of formations, large and small, turned the entire hurricane warship into a whole. The origin power here was incredibly dense. A large amount of Tao power from the sun and moon was converted into origin power to supply these formations. Lin Moyu also saw a large number of origin crystals. If the supply of sun and moon origin power wasn't enough, these origin crystals would come into play. Lu Shichuan sighed.
Every time I come, I'm shocked by the formations here.
At this moment, Lu Shichuan's eyes were flashing with light, much brighter than before. He was admiring these formation groups like appreciating a work of art. Lin Moyu asked,
Does Senior Shichuan also like formations?
Lu Shichuan said,
To be honest with Mr. Lin, I have always been studying formations. Unfortunately, my talent is lacking and my comprehension is insufficient. I've been stuck at the 4th grade for many years without progress.
Lin Moyu said,
Being able to reach the 4th grade is already quite good. If you consider your talent lacking, then there aren't many Tao Venerables on the origin continent who would be considered good.
Lu Shichuan was very modest.
Mr. Lin is too kind. I know my own talent well. It's indeed not too bad, but it's not particularly good either. However, I have a good mindset and never expect too much.
Lin Moyu nodded.
Doing without doing, that is natural.
Lu Shichuan smiled.
Mr. Lin can walk along the path ahead. As long as you don't leave this path, there won't be any problems.
Lin Moyu saw that among the tens of thousands of formation groups, there was a passage. The passage was about 5 meters wide on each side, like a central line running through the entire level. There were no formations on the passage. Lin Moyu stepped onto the passage and walked forward, observing the formations here. Lu Shichuan followed behind Lin Moyu, not explaining. His formation level was only at the 4th grade, not qualified to explain the formations here. Lin Moyu observed each formation, analyzing from the root. The formation structure in his mind gradually became clear. Finally, he saw what he wanted to see.
It's indeed that.
3212 3212. Chapter 3212. Can He unlock that place? Among the tens of thousands of dazzling formations, Lin Moyu finally saw what he wanted to see. As he had guessed, the core of all the hurricane warship's formations was a grand formation composed of divine runes. Lin Moyu had once suspected that the hurricane warship came from that prehistoric era. And in the prehistoric era, divine runes were used the most. During the ancient battle secret realm, when he joined the divine rune army, Lin Moyu had already realized that divine runes were extraordinary. Divine runes seemed to be something beyond this current era, a higher level of thing than runes. They could be used to set up formations and could also be used independently. In the prehistoric era, divine runes were cultivated and mastered. In the current era, they had been completely lost. So, the core of the hurricane warship's formations was divine runes. Those formations seen on the outside were just the surface. That's why even if he completely replicated the formations, it would be useless because without divine runes, the formations were destined to fail. However, learning divine runes wasn't so easy. It was much more difficult than learning runes. If it were easy to learn, Lin Moyu would have already learned it in the ancient battle secret realm. Although he didn't fully understand, Lin Moyu still tried hard to analyze and learn the divine runes. When he first encountered runes, it was like this. Without anyone teaching him, he could still see some clues. Self-enlightenment was something only Lin Moyu could do. Divine runes had been lost in the current era, but that didn't mean he couldn't learn them. All things come from the same source. No matter how complex something is, its ultimate root is still the Tao. As long as one understands this principle, one can always research and discover something. Lin Moyu stood there motionless, staring at the divine runes inside the hurricane warship, his eyes unblinking, fully concentrated, even somewhat entranced. Beside him, Lu Shichuan's expression was a bit strange. He could naturally see what Lin Moyu was looking at, but he could only look for a while before feeling dizzy, unable to persist for too long. Yet Lin Moyu could keep looking. The difference between them was obvious. Lu Shichuan felt more admiration for Lin Moyu in his heart. He knew Lin Moyu must be a powerful formation master. Lin Moyu was not yet 3,000 years old, and his cultivation realm had reached the third-level Tao Venerable Realm, which was already incredible. He was also a powerful formation master, which was simply unimaginable. Thinking of himself, he had spent over 10,000 years studying formations, yet was far inferior to Lin Moyu. Comparisons really are odious. Lu Shichuan sighed helplessly. Some things really shouldn't be compared. If one compares everything, life becomes too tiring. Seeing that Lin Moyu wouldn't be done anytime soon, Lu Shichuan simply sat down on the ground, took out a small table with some food and wine. With a bit of casualness, he enjoyed the delicacies and fine wine, very leisurely and content. Lu Shichuan didn't have any competitive spirit. In his eyes, there was only a hint of envy. Time passed silently. Lin Moyu looked at the divine runes, not knowing how long he had been looking. When he finally came back to his senses, he smelled a rich wine aroma. Seeing Lu Shichuan eating delicacies and enjoying fine wine beside him, Lin Moyu chuckled and sat down the next second.
This wine looks quite good.
Lu Shichuan naturally poured a cup for Lin Moyu.
Mr. Lin, please try it. This wine is extraordinary.
Lin Moyu smelled the unique fragrance emanating from the wine cup.
Indeed, it's quite different from the wines I've had before.
Then as the wine entered his throat, it exploded, making his body feel as if it were in a natural grassland. Given Lin Moyu's current realm, for a sip of wine to bring such a sensation meant that this wine contained powerful energy. Lin Moyu nodded slightly.
Indeed extraordinary. What wine is this?
Lu Shichuan smiled.
It's called 100 Herbs 1000 Flowers wine. It's brewed from parts of 100 types of cultivated grass-type beings and 1,000 types of cultivated flower-type beings. This wine is only available in the 100 Herbs Alliance, and the annual production is very limited. It's not easy to buy.
The 100 Herbs Alliance was full of plants, but cultivating plants also had some special needs. Where there's demand, there's business, so naturally people would go there to trade. Lu Shichuan said,
I only have two great hobbies in life. One is wine tasting, the other is formations. Although I like formations, I know my talent is limited. But in wine tasting, I can be considered top tier.
Lu Shichuan said wine tasting, not drinking, indicating that he wasn't a heavy drinker, but someone who truly enjoyed savoring fine wines. Lin Moyu smiled.
Then please, Senior Lu, enlighten me on what are the best wines in the world.
Lu Shichuan said cheerfully.
Of course, no problem. But we should go up now. We're almost at the center of the Realm Sea. Mr. Lin probably wants to see the Great Whirlpool, right?
Lin Moyu was slightly startled.
I've been looking for so long?
Lu Shichuan said.
In cultivation, there's no sense of time. It hasn't really been that long.
As he spoke, Lu Shichuan put away the food and wine, then took out a bottle of 100 Herbs 1000 Flowers wine for Lin Moyu.
This is for you, Mr. Lin. It's a small token of appreciation. Please don't refuse.
Lin Moyu didn't refuse and took out a jade tablet for Lu Shichuan.
These are some of my insights on formations. Senior Shichuan can take a look when you have time. Perhaps you'll gain something.
Lu Shichuan's face showed delight. He knew Lin Moyu's formation abilities were definitely higher than his own. Getting his insights might really help him. Lu Shichuan carefully put away the jade tablet.
Thank you, Mr. Lin. I'm a bit curious. May I ask what level Mr. Lin's formation skills have reached?
He seemed afraid Lin Moyu would misunderstand and quickly explained.
I'm not trying to pry. Actually, many formation masters in our Chamber of Commerce have come here and seen the formations here, but most couldn't look for even one layer. I've come to look many times too, but these strange runes, I can only look at for 10 minutes at most. Mr. Lin could actually look for so long.
Lin Moyu smiled.
There's nothing to hide. In terms of formation level alone, I should be at the 8th grade.
Lu Shichuan was struck dumb, standing there motionless. He was shocked. In the entire Origin continent, there were only a few 8th grade formation grandmasters. In the Lufin Chamber of Commerce, there was only one 8th grade formation grandmaster. After a while, Lu Shichuan finally recovered from his shock. He became even more respectful towards Lin Moyu.
Mr. Lin is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the three ancestors value you so much.
Lin Moyu smiled.
Senior Shichuan is too kind. I'm just lucky. All right, let's go see the great whirlpool.
Lu Shichuan immediately said.
Good, let's go see.
Not long after Lin Moyu left, the three ancestors in the commercial city received the corresponding information.
That little Lin's formation skills are so profound. I thought he was just interested in formations. I didn't expect he had reached such a level. Looking at it this way, what he went to see wasn't the formations, but the divine runes. According to the news from the northern continent, little Lin joined the divine rune army, so he should have seen divine runes before. Perhaps he really can master divine runes. If so, can he unlock that place? Let's wait and see.
The three ancestors' voice gradually faded away, and this chaotic space returned to calm once again. 3213 3213. Chapter 3213. I'm afraid I'll kill too quickly. The hurricane warship sailed through the boundless realm sea. The three ancestors had an agreement with the king of the realm sea, so the sea race wouldn't actively cause trouble for the hurricane warship. This was also why many Dao venerables, despite having the ability to cross the realm sea and fly no slower than the hurricane warship, still chose to spend money to ride the hurricane warship. Besides convenience, the most important reason was safety. At this time, the hurricane warship was approaching the center of the realm sea. Everyone had been told in advance to be careful. They were also told that if they fell into the great whirlpool, they would be responsible for their own life and death. It was also mentioned that for those strange beings near the great whirlpool, if one couldn't resist and rushed out, they would also be responsible for their own life and death. The Lufin Chamber of Commerce wouldn't come to rescue them. All precautions had been stated by the Lufin Chamber of Commerce. If someone still sought death, it would be their own business. Lu Shichuan led Lin Moyu to the bow of the ship, where he had reserved the best spot.
Although we're close to the center of the realm sea, we're actually still at least tens of millions of li away from the true center. The realm sea is too vast. We're actually just passing by the edge of the center. The great whirlpool we see isn't the largest whirlpool in the center.
Lin Moyu naturally understood Lu Shichuan's explanation. How big the realm sea was, perhaps only the king of the realm sea truly knew. During that great battle years ago, when the king of the 9 continents sank into the realm sea, there wasn't any noticeable change in the realm sea. If it weren't big enough, the rising water would have long since submerged the other 4 continents. Lin Moyu asked,
What exactly is at the very center?
Lu Shichuan shook his head.
No one knows, because no one has been there. Perhaps only the king of the realm sea knows.
Lin Moyu nodded, muttering to himself,
Next time I see him, I'll ask.
Lu Shichuan looked surprised.
Mr. Lin has met the king of the realm sea?
Lin Moyu made a sound of agreement.
A few times.
Lu Shichuan instinctively asked,
What does the king of the realm sea look like?
Lin Moyu smiled.
Looks similar to a whale.
Lu Shichuan made an
Oh.
sound, not doubting Lin Moyu's words at all. Suddenly, a mocking laugh came from the side.
Nonsense. A mere third-level Dao venerable brat dares to spout such rubbish here. Do you think you're worthy of seeing a being like the king of the realm sea?
Another voice said,
That's right. Even the ancestors of various holy lands and sects might not have the qualifications to see the king of the realm sea. Whale-like appearance? You probably just saw a general from afar.
Lin Moyu and Lu Shichuan turned their heads together to see 3 human cultivators looking over with disdainful gazes. Among these 3, the leader was a 7th-level ancestor, and the other 2 were 6th-level Dao venerables. The 3 were dressed similarly, clearly from the same faction. Lu Shichuan frowned slightly.
Seniors, Mr. Lin is an honored guest of our Chamber of Commerce.
Due to the difference in strength, Lu Shichuan immediately brought out the Lufan Chamber of Commerce's reputation. Although he was the manager here, as long as they didn't start a fight or violate the rules of the worship, and were just talking, Lu Shichuan couldn't do anything to them. The three still had disdain in their eyes. One said in a low voice,
"So what if he's an honored guest of the Lufan Chamber of Commerce? He's just from a slightly better background. Here, it's strength that talks."
Lin Moyu ignored them and just said coldly,
"Summer insects cannot speak of ice."
His tone was extremely mocking. Lin Moyu didn't take them seriously at all. Although the three were higher in realm than him, if it really came to a fight, killing them would be a matter of minutes. If they had been polite, he would have called them seniors or friends. Now, naturally, there was no need. Lin Moyu's tone obviously angered them. The 7th-level ancestor in the lead said,
"Little guy, status doesn't mean much in some situations."
This statement already carried a threat. Lu Shichuan said in a low voice,
"You three, please follow the rules."
The 7th-level ancestor chuckled.
"Of course. We know very well that fighting isn't allowed on the Hurricane warship."
The implication was that even if they wanted to fight, it wouldn't be here. Lin Moyu felt a bit helpless. It seemed he always encountered similar situations. He looked at Lu Shichuan.
"Senior Shichuan, do you know who they are?"
Lu Shichuan said,
"I do. They're from Xuanguang City in the southern continent, 3 elders of Xuanguang City."
Normally, it wouldn't be possible to disclose information about other passengers, and even if it were to be disclosed, it wouldn't be done in public. Lu Shichuan was now completely on Lin Moyu's side. Lin Moyu asked, and Lu Shichuan answered. They spoke without avoiding others, being completely open. Even if it slightly violated some regulations, so what? Given Lin Moyu's relationship with the 3 ancestors, he wouldn't face any punishment. Lin Moyu immediately found information about Xuanguang City in his memory. Xuanguang City was located in the territory of the Wu family at Lifeng Cliff. They could be considered a subsidiary force of the Wu family, completely following the Wu family's lead. The Lord of Xuanguang City was a 7th-level ancestor who had married a young lady from the Wu family, so Xuanguang City was related to the Wu family. Their strength was top-tier below the Holy Lands, and with the Wu family backing them in the Xuanguang City area, they were like local emperors, their word was law. Lin Moyu looked at the 3.
"There's only one 7th-level ancestor in Xuanguang City. If I remember correctly, he should be called Xian Daoguang."
Xian Daoguang looked surprised.
"You actually know me. Little guy, your knowledge isn't bad."
Lin Moyu continued.
"There should be 3 6th-level Dao Venerables in Xuanguang City, named Xian Daoji, Xian Daonan, and Xian Daoyu. Xian Daoyu is a woman, so you two must be Xian Daoji and Xian Daonan, right?"
The 2 chuckled.
"You even know our names. It seems our Xuanguang City's reputation has grown quite large."
Lin Moyu said,
"Don't misunderstand, you 3. I clarified your identities because in case you lose your minds and seek death, at least I'll know who I'm killing. I'm afraid I'll kill too quickly and won't have time to ask your names."
The 3 paused slightly, then burst into laughter at Lin Moyu's words. Lin Moyu actually said he would kill them. A 3rd-level Dao Venerable saying he would kill them was simply laughable. Xian Daoguang said in a low voice,
"Kid, are you crazy?"
Lin Moyu continued,
"Xuanguang City was once a small city with an insignificant small family surnamed Xian. At that time, Xuanguang City wasn't called Xuanguang City. It should have been Mu City, with the Mu family as its shield. Later, a Dao Venerable from the Xian family fell in love and married a young lady from the Wu family. From then on, the Xian family climbed up to the Wu family. Using the Wu family's power, they slaughtered the entire Mu family. The Mu family, inside and out, including direct and collateral lines, totaled 13,641 people. Not one survived. During the massacre, the battle's aftermath caused over half of Xuanguang City's population to die or be injured. Half the city turned to ruins. From then on, Mu City was renamed Xuanguang City. The Wu family even covered up this matter for you, so not many people know about it." Later, you relied on the Wu family to develop and grow, becoming local emperors. The previous matters were nothing special. The strong eat the weak, it's normal. However, thousands of years ago, your city lord wanted to advance to the 8th level, but was suppressed by the Wu family. The Wu family didn't allow your city lord to advance. Thus, a rift formed with the Wu family. I guess your trip to the Western continent this time is to seek the Buddhist clan's help to break through to the 8th level. After all, living under others isn't pleasant.
3214 3214. Chapter 3214. These people might be sacrifices. Lin Moyu recounted the history of the Shen family of Shuangguang City as if reciting from memory. Others might not know these things, but the Lufan Chamber of Commerce did. Lin Moyu had spent a large sum to buy the most comprehensive information from the Lufan Chamber of Commerce, including details on all the forces in the southern continent. So naturally, Lin Moyu knew everything clearly. As for what they were going to do with the Buddhist clan, that was Lin Moyu's own analysis. When Lin Moyu said these things, the three men's faces changed drastically. Lin Moyu hadn't lowered his voice when speaking. There were quite a few people on the ship, and many had heard. Shen Daoguang shouted angrily,
"What nonsense are you spouting?"
Lin Moyu chuckled.
"Let's just say I'm talking nonsense. As for what you're going to do in the Western continent, you know that yourselves."
The faces of Shen Daoguang and the other two became extremely ugly, gloomy with thick killing intent. Lu Shichuan seemed to understand Lin Moyu's true intention. Lin Moyu spoke this way to deliberately provoke them. If they hadn't thought about killing Lin Moyu before, now they had completely developed the intention to kill. Lin Moyu did this to give them a reason to make a move and then counterattack.
Mr. Lin is not someone to be trifled with.
Lu Shichuan realized that Lin Moyu wasn't an easy person to deal with. Behind his seemingly calm face was hidden a terrifying killing intent. When the first mockery came from them, Lin Moyu's killing intent was already boiling. Not only did he want to kill them, but in a few words, he had also put their family in danger. There were many people here, and one could imagine that this matter would surely spread. When it reaches the Wu family's ears, how would they view Shuangguang City's disloyalty? One could imagine that in a year or so, life in Shuangguang City wouldn't be easy. He could imagine that Shen Daoguang and the others must be regretting now why they mocked Lin Moyu. Whatever Lin Moyu said had nothing to do with them, but now they had truly brought trouble upon themselves. Lin Moyu no longer paid attention to Shen Daoguang and the others, his gaze turning to the distance. A huge whirlpool appeared ahead, like a giant mouth slowly rotating in the realm sea. The massive whirlpool, over hundreds of li in diameter, swallowed endless seawater every second. From afar, it looked as if there was a terrifying giant beast under the sea, seemingly about to drain the realm sea dry. An inexplicable sense of pressure came head-on. The appearance of the great whirlpool attracted everyone's attention. When the warship was 100 li away from the great whirlpool, everyone heard the roaring sound coming from the whirlpool. The roar of the water flow was like thunderclaps exploding in their minds. Some Dao venerables with insufficient cultivation let out screams, not daring to look anymore. The great whirlpool seemed to have infinite magical power. Not everyone could look at it. Lin Moyu looked at the great whirlpool expressionlessly. There was some curiosity in his eyes about what was beneath the great whirlpool. Soon, the warship flew by the edge of the great whirlpool, coming as close as 50 li at the nearest point. Here, one could feel the terrifying suction of the great whirlpool. The hurricane warship glowed faintly, its formations operating to offset most of the suction. Some remaining suction force penetrated through the formations and fell on the warship, causing it to shake unsteadily. Some people, affected by the suction, instantly lost their balance and instinctively wanted to fly. At this moment, Lu Shichuan shouted loudly,
"Don't fly!"
The clever ones immediately suppressed the urge to fly, but some still flew up. In an instant, the penetrating suction seemed to have found its target, all suction force concentrating on those who had flown up. With a scream, that person was immediately pulled over by the overwhelming suction. That person was a first-level Dao Venerable Cultivator, completely unable to resist the suction. Fortunately, there was a fifth-level Dao Venerable Powerhouse beside him. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a long whip that flew out and wrapped around the person, forcefully pulling him back. Lu Shichuan reminded again.
No flying. Feet must not leave the deck. If you can't manage this, please return to your rooms.
Lin Moyu said.
This suction force is quite interesting. It seems to have intelligence, able to seek targets on its own.
Lu Shichuan nodded.
Yes, this is still a relatively small whirlpool. Those larger whirlpools have even stronger suction. Once sucked in, it's basically impossible to rescue.
Lin Moyu asked.
If that's the case, why not take a detour? Wouldn't spending a bit more time be better?
Lu Shichuan shook his head.
I don't know either. This route was set by the three ancestors and the king of the Realm Sea. We can only follow it.
Since it was arranged by the three ancestors and the king of the Realm Sea, there must be deep meaning to it. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and asked.
Does someone fall into the whirlpool every time?
Lu Shichuan nodded.
Not every time, but almost. We warn repeatedly, but when facing several large whirlpools, it seems to have little effect.
Lin Moyu asked.
What about the cultivation levels of those who fall in?
Lu Shichuan thought for a moment.
The highest I know of was a 6th level Dao Venerable. Most are 1st to 3rd level Dao Venerable cultivators. Not many above 4th level. Mr. Lin, have you thought of something?
Lin Moyu shook his head slightly.
Not yet. Senior Shichuan, do you know the location of Dragon Coil Island?
Humans and beast races resolve conflicts on Dragon Coil Island. For countless years, battles on Dragon Coil Island have never stopped. There will inevitably be conflicts between the two races over various resources. But because of Dragon Coil Island's existence, large-scale wars haven't broken out between the two races. Whenever there's a conflict, they go to Dragon Coil Island to resolve it. So on Dragon Coil Island, there are battles every year. Year after year of fighting hasn't reduced conflicts. Instead, blood feuds have increased greatly. Now the situation on Dragon Coil Island has changed from resolving conflicts to another pattern. Lin Moyu knew that Dragon Coil Island was between the northern and southern continents, but didn't know its exact location. Lu Shichuan said,
Dragon Coil Island isn't far from here.
Lu Shichuan pointed in a direction.
It's over there, about 100,000 li away.
100,000 li indeed wasn't far. And according to the direction Lu Shichuan pointed, it should also be close to the Great Whirlpool. Lin Moyu's guess gradually became clearer.
These people might be sacrifices.
He muttered to himself but didn't say it out loud. Lu Shichuan asked,
Does Mr. Lin plan to go to Dragon Coil Island?
Lin Moyu smiled.
I'm a bit curious.
Lu Shichuan said,
I haven't been to Dragon Coil Island either, and there isn't much information about them. It's said that Dragon Coil Island is very large but also very chaotic. If Mr. Lin wants to go, it's best to understand clearly beforehand.
Lin Moyu said,
Thank you for the reminder. I'll be careful.
The warship passed several whirlpools of varying sizes, each time brushing past within 50 to 100 li of the whirlpool. Every time, everyone could feel the suction force. But with the experience from the first time, no one left the ship's deck afterward. After several times, even the first-level Dao Venerable Cultivators gained confidence. As long as they didn't leave the deck, they would be fine. Lu Shichuan shook his head.
We're about to encounter the truly great whirlpool. I'm afraid a few of these fellows will die.
Lin Moyu said.
Won't you force them to go back?
Lu Shichuan said.
The three ancestors said to let fate decide. We only warn. We don't manage anything else.
Lin Moyu had roughly guessed the three ancestors' intention. Perhaps all this was related to the seal at the bottom of the Realm Sea. Finally, a terrifying whirlpool appeared in view. The huge whirlpool, over 10,000 li across, roared continuously. The hurricane warship began to shake violently. Suddenly, a scream pierced through heaven and earth. 3215 3215. Chapter 3215 World Rules, each to their own fate. The sudden scream rang out like thunder next to their ears. The sound penetrated directly to the soul, impacting everyone's souls simultaneously. Several Tao venerables with weaker cultivation couldn't help but groan, furrowing their brows, feeling very uncomfortable. Lin Moyu's expression remained unchanged. This level of soul impact was too elementary for him, hardly worth mentioning. The soul impact wasn't strong, at most causing some discomfort to Tao venerables. But the soul impact carried a strange power that could stir up fighting spirit. This was the key point. Everyone affected by the soul impact had their auras uncontrollably erupting, instantly filling the air with fighting spirit. On the warship, among over 1,000 Tao venerables, only Lin Moyu was unaffected. Beside him, Lu Shichuan's fighting spirit was also rising. However, Lu Shichuan was already used to it.
Those creatures are about to appear. This is the prelude.
Lin Moyu said,
Using sound to stir up others' fighting spirit, then appearing, deliberately luring people out?
Lu Shichuan nodded.
That's about right. But anyone with strong willpower won't fall for it. However, this time, I see a few fellows who are 80 to 90% likely to die.
Lu Shichuan spoke very casually. He had seen this too many times and no longer felt anything. As the manager of the Hurricane warship, he had the ability to save them. He could activate the formations and no one would be able to rush out. But he wouldn't act at all, because the three ancestors had instructed to let everyone face their own fate. This order sounded somewhat cruel but actually fit well with the operating rules of the origin continent. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. When boarding the Hurricane warship and embarking on this journey, the Lufin Chamber of Commerce had given warnings that this route was dangerous, and people died every time. If one was timid, they could choose not to come or take the number 4 Hurricane warship, which was safe. But having chosen the number 3 Hurricane warship and to cross the Realm Sea, one should be prepared to face dangers. Of course, one could also hide in their room, which was equally safe. The Lufin Chamber of Commerce had given various choices. As for how one chose and whether they would lose their life, that depended on each person's fate. Over 1,000 Tao venerables simultaneously and uncontrollably rose in fighting spirit. Amidst the spreading fighting spirit, the Realm Sea suddenly exploded. Pillars of water shot into the sky, followed by sea serpents bursting out from the water columns. They were different from ordinary sea serpents. Each sea serpent was 100 meters long, their bodies emitting green light, coiling around the water pillars and screaming incessantly at the Hurricane warship. The Hurricane warship's formations activated, glowing brightly. Those sea serpents couldn't break through at all. The moment they saw the sea serpents, a feeling of disgust spontaneously arose. The expressions of many Tao venerables changed dramatically. Amidst their fighting spirit, a murderous aura emerged, wanting to kill these sea serpents. Those Tao venerables with firm hearts were a bit better off, still able to control their actions. But some Tao venerables with weaker hearts were already itching to act. At this point, Lu Shichuan would no longer give reminders, just letting them face their own fate. Lu Shichuan was used to this scene and could well suppress his own impulses. He glanced at Lin Moyu and found that Lin Moyu's expression was incredibly calm. No fighting spirit, no killing intent, no disgust. His eyes were as clear as usual, as if he were just watching a show. That's right, Lu Shichuan felt that Lin Moyu was just watching a show. Lu Shichuan couldn't help but ask,
Mr. Lin, don't you feel anything?
Lin Moyu shook his head slightly.
I've seen too much, so I've become numb.
He had killed divine pets, killed outer realm gods, and even exterminated black blood. Whichever it was, the disgust brought by the Tao far exceeded what he felt now. Mere sea serpents, that weak feeling of disgust, Lin Moyu had long since become numb to it. When seeing outer realm gods, the disgust produced by the Tao was at least 100 times stronger than now. In that state, most Tao venerables would find it hard to control themselves from rushing over, and the Tao would tell them that if they couldn't kill the outer realm gods, they would be punished. Many great Tao realm powerhouses in the past had to fight because of the Tao's command. But these things before him were simply optional to kill or not. According to Lin Moyu's guess, these sea serpents were originally ordinary spirit beasts in the realm sea. Then the aura of outer realm gods from the seal at the bottom of the realm sea leaked, causing them to mutate. The reason the Tao produced a feeling of disgust was simply because they were tainted with the aura of outer realm gods. At the same time, they also gained some characteristics of outer realm gods, such as extremely strong defense and recovery abilities, far surpassing ordinary spirit beasts. Apart from that, there wasn't much else. Hearing Lin Moyu's words, Lu Shichuan's eyes suddenly lit up.
Mr. Lin has seen similar things before?
Lin Moyu said.
Seen them, and killed them.
Lu Shichuan's eyes showed admiration.
These creatures aren't easy to kill.
Lin Moyu fell silent, his face showing a thoughtful expression. Seeing Lin Moyu like this, Lu Shichuan also stopped speaking. The sea serpents flew to the edge of the hurricane warship, continuously screaming. They danced around the hurricane warship, then suddenly crashed into it. The hurricane warship's formations violently activated. The sea serpents crashed into the formations and were repelled. They screamed repeatedly at the hurricane warship, their bodies emitting boundless lightning. Bolt after bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the warship densely. The warship's formations operated, blocking all the lightning. With the sea serpent's screams, the impact on the Tao Venerables on the ship grew stronger and stronger. Finally, some Tao Venerables couldn't control themselves and rushed towards the sea serpents with a boom. The hurricane warship's formations didn't stop those rushing out from the inside. The first to rush out was a second-level Tao Venerable cultivator. As he rushed out to kill, his eyes glowed red, filled with killing intent. His soul was bewitched, his mind filled with only the thought of killing the sea serpents. He summoned a set of sword magical treasures, breaking out of the hurricane warship's formations. In an instant, countless swords flew out, slashing at the sea serpents. Lightning erupted on the sea serpents' bodies, evolving into a sea of lightning, repelling all his sword magical treasures. Then countless nearby sea serpents screamed at him, lightning striking his body. This Tao Venerable roared angrily, his treasure robe glowing brightly. But the robe only lasted less than a second before shattering on the spot. The Tao Venerable was struck by lightning into the realm sea, disappearing from sight. Lu Shichuan sighed lightly.
3.
He knew clearly that beneath the realm sea, the power of the whirlpool was stronger. This place wasn't far from the great whirlpool. Once a Tao Venerable fell into the realm sea, they had almost no chance of survival. With one Tao Venerable's death, everyone seemed to wake up for a moment. But immediately after, amidst the sea serpent's screams, many people fell back into a state of confusion and hatred. The great whirlpool hummed as it rotated, again producing a powerful suction force. The Tao Venerables rooted their feet, standing firmly on the ship. Some high-level Tao Venerables couldn't bear it and shouted loudly,
Guard your hearts firmly. Don't be bewitched.
Following this, many Tao Venerables shouted loudly as reminders. Lu Shichuan shook his head slightly, muttering to himself,
It's useless.
The great whirlpool rotated, producing not only suction but also a roaring sound like ocean waves. The roaring sound intertwined with the sea serpent's screams, forming a kind of ethereal sound cluster. The bewitching power instantly amplified several times. Those high-level Tao Venerables who were shouting reminders earlier all closed their mouths. They couldn't afford to be distracted, needing to guard their minds firmly to block the stronger bewitching power. At the same time, they had to resist the disgust coming from their souls. Otherwise, the disgust alone would be enough to make people rush out impulsively to kill. Lin Moyu pondered for a long time, finally having an answer. He muttered softly,
It should be like this, no mistake.
3216 3216. Chapter 3216. If others can, so can I. After pondering and connecting all the events, Lin Moyu finally understood. Dragon Coil Island, the hurricane warship's route near the Great Whirlpool, it was all a scheme. It was a scheme jointly set up by the three ancestors, the Beast Emperor, and the King of the Realm Sea. The purpose was for sacrifice. The formation of the Great Whirlpool should be related to the sealing formation at the bottom of the Realm Sea. The sealing formation must have developed some issues with power leaking out. The power of the outer realm gods collided with the power in the Realm Sea, forming the Great Whirlpool. To prevent the problems with the sealing formation from further expanding, they needed to replenish its power. The best way to replenish was naturally through origin spirit veins. But origin spirit veins were limited, and their power would eventually be exhausted. Besides origin spirit veins, external supplements were needed.
If I'm not mistaken, the sea rays should be the main sacrifice, accounting for the vast majority. Dragon Coil Island is second. There should be a formation under Dragon Coil Island that absorbs all the power of deceased powerhouses. The few Tao Venerables brought by the Hurricane warship are just extras, optional. Besides this, the Hurricane warship should have other uses. What could they be?
After figuring this out, Lin Moyu discovered some more questions. While he was pondering, several more Tao Venerables couldn't withstand the bewitching power and rushed out of the warship. They resisted the terrifying suction of the Great Whirlpool while battling the sea serpents, but soon fell into the Realm Sea, completely disappearing. Near the Great Whirlpool, falling into the Realm Sea meant certain death. In a short time, over 5 Tao Venerables had died, though all were below the 4th level Tao Venerable realm. Their hearts were unstable, yet they refused to return to their rooms. One could only say their fate was poor. Lin Moyu was indifferent to this. He felt that to understand all this, he might need to go beneath the Realm Sea himself to know. He didn't take these sea serpents seriously, but the unknown of the Great Whirlpool still made him somewhat wary. His intuition told him that the Great Whirlpool wasn't safe. After some consideration, Lin Moyu gave up on his idea. There were too many secrets in this world. He couldn't know them all. If he wanted to know, he should improve his strength. Otherwise, even if he knew some secrets, what could he do? It would only increase his troubles. The Hurricane warship slowly left the range of the Great Whirlpool. The sea serpents' bewitching power gradually weakened, and they no longer surrounded the Hurricane warship. Their activity range wasn't large, only staying near the Great Whirlpool. Lu Shichuan sighed in relief.
Fortunately, only 5 died this time.
Lin Moyu asked,
Is it usually like this?
Lu Shichuan nodded.
About the same. Usually 3 to 5, occasionally a bit more.
Lin Moyu nodded without speaking. At this moment, the Hurricane warship suddenly shook slightly. When the Hurricane warship was flying, it would occasionally shake, which was normal. But Lin Moyu felt this shake was unusual. The shake came from the bottom of the Hurricane warship, the lowest level of the lower 3 levels. The lowest level of the Hurricane warship could only be entered by the 3 ancestors. Besides them, no one knew what was there. Lin Moyu closed his eyes, concentrating all his senses towards the lowest level of the Hurricane warship. There were formations guarding it, blocking most perceptions, but Lin Moyu still sensed something. There was a power there, resonating with somewhere in the Realm Sea.
Origin Spirit Vein!
Lin Moyu's expression changed slightly. He could hardly believe what he sensed. At the lowest level of the Hurricane warship, there was actually an origin spirit vein and one of no low grade. The Hurricane warship was indeed not small, but relative to an origin spirit vein, it wasn't big enough. Even using spatial formations, it shouldn't be possible to fit in an intertwined origin spirit vein that could reach millions or even tens of millions of li. Moreover, this origin spirit vein wasn't the power source of the Hurricane warship. Most crucially, the Hurricane warship's origin spirit vein was resonating with somewhere in the Realm Sea.
What exactly is the 3 ancestors doing?
Lin Moyu realized that his knowledge was still too shallow. He thought he had seen many things and met many great Tao realm beings. Now he suddenly discovered that he didn't understand the methods of great Tao realm beings at all. What he could be sure of now was that the 3 great Tao realm beings had definitely set up a grand scheme together. This grand scheme was also to deal with the issues of the sealing formation at the bottom of the Realm Sea. As for specific methods, apart from sacrifice, Lin Moyu couldn't think of anything else. As the hurricane warship gradually moved away from the great whirlpool, the vibrations from the bottom also disappeared. Lin Moyu composed himself and stopped thinking further. With insufficient strength, thinking too much was useless. Lu Shichuan said,
"The rest of the journey shouldn't have any dangers."
Lin Moyu nodded.
"Then let's go back."
With the great whirlpool past, the rest of the journey would likely be uneventful. The realm sea was endless. Lin Moyu had seen enough. He turned and returned to his room. He had looked at divine runes for dozens of days and had gained some insights. Now it was time to go back and digest them properly. Halfway there, Lu Shichuan had to go deal with other matters and parted ways with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu knew that accompanying him to look at formations had indeed taken up a lot of time. As he was about to reach his room, Lin Moyu suddenly turned his head to look towards the front of the corridor. He saw Shen Daoguang and the other two looking at him from afar, their eyes full of killing intent. Lin Moyu swept a contemptuous glance at them, opened his room and closed the door. The look in his eyes before closing the door fell on the three of them like a mockery and provocation. Just one look nearly made the three of them lose control on the spot. But they still held back. This was the hurricane warship. Even a 7th-level ancestor had to follow the rules here. Lin Moyu of course knew these three wanted to kill him. That look just now was deliberate. When they reached the Western continent, if these three dared to follow, Lin Moyu wouldn't mind sending them on their way. Moreover, after what he said earlier, once it spread back, Xuanguang City's days would certainly not be as good. Although the Wu family wouldn't take action against Xuanguang City just because of these words, they would be wary of Xuanguang City. Previously, when the Lord of Xuanguang City wanted to break through to the 8th-level Dao Venerable Realm and was stopped by the Wu family, it was actually a warning. Xuanguang City sending people to the Western continent was nothing more than wanting to break through in the Western continent. This should have been done secretly, but now it had been exposed by Lin Moyu. How could they not hate him? Lin Moyu didn't care about this at all. He began to review the divine runes he had seen, comparing them with regular runes, researching and exploring bit by bit. Without any materials, doing this was extremely difficult. To make even a little progress required enormous mental effort. Lin Moyu was very patient. He felt that if he could thoroughly research divine runes, it would be of great benefit to him.
The first person to comprehend divine runes also had no one to guide them. If others can do it, so can I.
Lin Moyu had great confidence in himself. As long as it wasn't truly a dead end, no matter how difficult, he could walk through it. 3217 3217 Chapter 3217 Chant my name often, and you can achieve enlightenment. After 150 days of sailing, alternating between the yin and yang origins, the number 3 hurricane warship finally arrived in the southern part of the Western continent. As soon as they entered the Western continent, everyone immediately sensed an unusual aura. Buddhist light shone everywhere. Looking into the distance, one could see huge illusory images of Buddhas hidden in the clouds on the horizon. 10,000 rays of Buddhist light shot out from these Buddha images. Even the yin and yang origins were slightly affected here. The Buddhist clan had its own independent heritage, quite different from human cultivators. Not only were the terms different, but the cultivation methods also differed. However, at different realms, their combat power could still be compared. This Buddhist territory in the southern part of the Western continent was composed of numerous Buddha lands. Buddha lands were equivalent to the various towns of the human race, but they were more closed off and self-contained. Each Buddha land had its own believers, and many of these believers would never leave their Buddha land in their entire lives. Only those believers who had achieved success in cultivation might have the chance to go to other Buddha lands, which was considered a form of experience. Buddha lands also had hierarchies and sizes. In the outermost areas of the Buddhist territory were the small vehicle Buddha lands. Small vehicle Buddha lands were generally established by heavenly Buddhas, equivalent to the supreme realm of humans. Above the small vehicle Buddha lands were the great vehicle Buddha lands, established by ancient heavenly Buddhas, equivalent to the heavenly venerable realm of humans. At the very center of the entire Buddhist clan was what was called the Buddha realm. The Buddha realm also contained many Buddha lands. Those qualified to establish Buddha lands in the Buddha realm were all ancient Buddhas. Buddha lands established by ancient Buddhas were called ancient Buddha lands, and ancient Buddhas were equivalent to the Tao venerable realm of humans. The entire Buddhist clan also had a strict hierarchy with clear levels. From the outer regions to the inner parts, the entire Buddhist clan revolved around the Buddha realm. All orders within the Buddhist clan were issued from the Buddha realm. Whenever ancient Buddhas in the Buddha realm gave an order, the Buddhas in all Buddha lands had to obey and execute it without defiance. Most cultivators knew that the Buddha realm was the center of the Buddhist clan, but actually, within the Buddhist clan, there was a place called the Western Paradise of Ultimate Bliss. The Western Paradise of Ultimate Bliss was the true core of the Buddhist clan. The ancient Buddhas in the Western Paradise of Ultimate Bliss were all nine-wheel ancient Buddhas, the supreme beings in the Buddhist clan. In the materials Lin Moyu purchased from the three ancestors, the situations of various major Buddha lands in the Buddhist clan were clearly recorded. This included names, the range of Buddha lands, and their specialties in Buddhist methods. Lin Moyu didn't know where the Lufan Chamber of Commerce got this information from, but it was surprisingly detailed. The hurricane warship stopped in front of a Buddha land named Wind Sand. It would stay here for half a day before continuing forward. The warship wouldn't enter the Buddha land but would fly along the gaps between various Buddha lands. It would pass through hundreds of Buddha lands before entering the insect clan territory in the eastern part of the western continent. The insect clan rarely interacted with the outside world, and few people would go there to do business. But the Lufan Chamber of Commerce was an exception. Each time the hurricane warship came, it would bring some goods needed by the insect clan. Finally, the hurricane warship would pass through the insect clan territory, enter the dragon race area, and eventually reach the territory of the 100 Herbs Alliance before returning, crossing the realm sea back to the eastern continent. Although the hurricane warship would pass through many Buddha lands, it wouldn't enter the Buddha realm. The green lamp ancient Buddha that Lin Moyu was looking for was in the Buddha realm, requiring Lin Moyu to go there himself. 6 days after entering the western continent, Lin Moyu reached his destination. Before him was a Buddha land named Dragon Subduing. The Dragon Subduing Buddha land was adjacent to the Buddha realm, one of the entrances to the Buddha realm. Passing through the Dragon Subduing Buddha land, one could enter the Buddha realm. On the warship, Lu Shichuan bid farewell to Lin Moyu.
Take care on your journey, Mr. Lin. If you want to return, seek out the Lufan Chamber of Commerce in the Buddha realm.
Lin Moyu said.
Take care as well, Senior Shichuan. I hope when we meet next time, Senior Shichuan will have made progress in the Tao of Formations.
Lu Shichuan smiled.
Of course. With Mr. Lin's insights in hand, as long as I'm not an idiot, I'll surely make progress.
The insights Lin Moyu gave him had been quite helpful. Lu Shichuan felt his formation skills had improved considerably. As long as he continued to study, his level could improve further. He had also witnessed Lin Moyu's level in formations, which was truly profound and unfathomable. Lin Moyu said,
It's a pity those 3 fellows left earlier. I hope there's a chance to see them again.
After saying this, Lin Moyu flew out of the hurricane warship, heading towards the Dragon Subduing Buddha land. A few days ago, Shen Daoguang and the others had left the hurricane warship. Although they very much wanted to kill Lin Moyu, they didn't know when Lin Moyu would leave, so they didn't wait around for him. They had to attend to their main business. When they left, Lin Moyu had considered whether to chase after them. But thinking about it, he decided against it. This journey wasn't for killing. If they happened to meet by chance, he would kill them then. There was no need to deliberately seek them out. The hurricane warship disappeared in the distance behind him, and the Buddhist light grew stronger. The sound of Buddhist scriptures became clearer in his ears. The closer to the Buddha land, the stronger the Buddhist light. As far as the eye could see, everything was bathed in Buddhist light. Ordinary people coming here would surely feel as if they were in a dreamlike illusion. The sound of chanting scriptures intertwined with the Buddhist light. The mesmerizing sound surrounded the ears, making it difficult to clearly hear what scriptures were being chanted. but the entire chanting sound had a rhythm, emitting a strange power. This power bewitched people's hearts, enough to make ordinary people devoutly convert. Lin Moyu, with his extremely keen perception, heard 4 words from the scriptures: dragon subduing Buddha. The so-called scriptures mainly consisted of repeatedly chanting these 4 words. But these 4 words were chanted in different tones, different languages, different rhythms, and different ways. Then the voices of countless people intertwined, eventually forming a chanting sound that almost no one could understand. Lin Moyu smiled.
So this is what the Buddhist clan means by chant my name often, and you can achieve enlightenment. This enlightenment, I'm afraid, is not for the chanter, but for the one whose name is being chanted.
Buddhist cultivation emphasized a kind of Buddhist willpower, also called incense and fire. Buddhist willpower came from all beings, so the Buddhist clan needed to establish lands, gather beings, make them convert to Buddhism, then have them chant their names to obtain Buddhist willpower. Buddhist willpower was like origin power, able to advance the Buddha's cultivation, and also used to perform various Buddhist methods and manifest countless miracles. To gather more Buddhist willpower, Buddhas often manifested miracles to bewitch people. The more sincere the heart, the more Buddhist willpower contributed, and the purer it was. A Buddha land had at least tens of millions of people, up to hundreds of millions. Most of these people were devout believers, contributing their share of power to their Buddha, hoping that one day they could be enlightened by the Buddha and achieve Buddhahood themselves. However, this hope was extremely slim. As Lin Moyu got closer to the dragon subduing Buddha land, he saw people prostrating themselves on the ground, devoutly kowtowing. Some were taking 3 steps and 1 kowtow, 10 steps and 1 prostration. These people were basically humans, but in fact, they were no longer human. They had lost the true heart of humans and become members of the Buddhist clan. Human cultivators emphasized understanding oneself, attributing all great power to oneself. They wouldn't be like these people, begging others to bestow upon them. They didn't know that what others could give, they could also take back at any time. Only what one earned for oneself truly belonged to oneself. Lin Moyu shook his head lightly, quickly passing by these people, entering the dragon subduing Buddha land. 3218 3218. Chapter 3218. Entering the Buddha nation, the sick child. The Buddhist light grew increasingly brilliant. Upon truly entering the Buddha nation, Lin Moyu saw the illusory Buddhas hidden in the void. Billions of rays of light shot out from the illusions, intertwining in the air to form projections of countless deities. In the Buddha nation, worshippers could be seen everywhere. These were ordinary people. Although they looked like humans, they had already become members of the Buddhist clan. Some were busy, but as the chanting of scriptures changed, they would occasionally stop to bow in reverence. The Buddha nation resembled a vast plain, with mountains in the distance and water nearby. There were villages and tribes, and their way of life was very similar to that of humans. As Lin Moyu walked through the Buddha nation, he passed through several villages and gradually entered the center of the Buddha nation. At the center of the Buddha nation stood the dragon subduing Buddha city, hovering in mid-air. To ordinary people, it appeared almost miraculous. Lin Moyu naturally didn't think much of it. He could see at a glance that there was a formation below that kept the entire Buddha city floating in mid-air. However, this formation was well hidden. Ordinary people couldn't see it. Even regular formation masters might not be able to discern its clues. Surrounding dragon subduing Buddha city were 3 massive staircases extending down to the ground for people to enter the city. On another side, there was a staircase leading directly into the sky, disappearing into the radiant light like a ladder to heaven. The staircase had at least 1,000 steps. For ordinary people, climbing it wasn't easy. Yet many people were still making their way up the stairs. They moved slowly and reverently, taking 3 steps and bowing each time. Under the illumination of the rays of light, the entire staircase glowed, appearing like a path leading to paradise.
Just a mere ancient heavenly Buddha. What a lot of hype.
Lin Moyu muttered to himself. The Buddha at Dragon Subduing was known as Dragon Subduing Ancient Buddha. ancient Buddhas corresponded to heavenly venerables among humans. A mere heavenly venerable could be easily dismissed by Lin Moyu. Naturally, he wouldn't take him seriously. Lin Moyu was merely entering another country for the first time, so he had taken his time to observe more closely. Suddenly, a voice came from beside him.
Dear daughter, as long as you sincerely worship the Buddha, your illness will surely be cured. The Buddha above will definitely heal you.
A clear voice responded.
Will it really cure me? Yes, it will definitely cure you.
A mother and daughter pair approached Lin Moyu. The daughter looked only about 10 years old, weak and frail, exuding an aura of illness. Lin Moyu could see at a glance that this girl wasn't simply ill. She was poisoned.
Strange, how can there be poison in dragon subduing Buddha nation? Along the way here, not only were these people sincerely worshipping the Buddha, but even some spirits were worshipping.
But this girl's poison was indeed real. Lin Moyu sent a thread of life force onto the little girl. As he turned his life force around her soul, Lin Moyu revealed some surprise.
This isn't ordinary poison. It contains a trace of someone else's power. Someone has poisoned her.
Looking at them, it seemed they hadn't left dragon subduing Buddha nation. If that's the case, someone must have poisoned within dragon subduing Buddha nation. Did dragon subduing ancient Buddha not know? As the ancestor of the Buddha nation, he naturally grasped everything happening within his territory and shouldn't be unaware. Unless dragon subduing ancient Buddha wasn't present in his own territory or had tacitly allowed it. At this moment, that mother led her daughter past Lin Moyu. The little girl suddenly said to Lin Moyu,
Big brother, are you also going to Buddha City?
Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback as he looked into her bright and clear eyes. He couldn't help but show a warm smile.
Yes.
The little girl said,
This staircase is very hard to climb. Big brother shouldn't rush. Just take it step by step. When you can't climb anymore, just rest for a bit. After resting a few times, you'll reach the top.
The little girl's words were innocent and naive. Although she was already poisoned and clearly uncomfortable, her smile remained bright. Lin Moyu laughed and said,
Little sister, with so many people coming and going here, why are you reminding me?
The little girl looked confused and said innocently,
Because Big Brother has a very nice smell. It's really pleasant.
Lin Moyu paused for a moment. He had heard similar words before. Little Mist and others had also said similar things about him having a special scent. However, this scent wasn't something just anyone could detect. It was like fate. Lin Moyu thought in his heart,
Could it be that this child has some connection with me?
At this moment, Little May took out some candies from her pocket.
Brother, here's some candy for you. If you're tired, you can eat it.
The candies were wrapped in ordinary paper. They didn't look exquisite but radiated with the innocence of Little May. Lin Moyu took the candy and patted her little head.
Thank you. What's your name? Next time I'll bring you something delicious.
The little girl replied,
My name is Little May. It's May as in plum blossom.
At that moment, her mother urged her on. Little May waved goodbye to Lin Moyu.
Brother, I'll go ahead. Okay.
Lin Moyu smiled and waved goodbye to Little May. Little May took one step at a time towards the staircase. 3 steps followed by a bow, her small face filled with sincerity. Her tiny figure faced against the radiant light showed strength despite her frail appearance. At this point, Lin Moyu looked into the distance where several more people approached. Parents with their children. These children were no exception. They all appeared sickly like that little girl. Lin Moyu looked over and found that these children were all poisoned too, and all had identical symptoms from their poison. This poison wasn't strong but made them appear sick after being afflicted by it. These people walked up the staircase towards dragon subduing Buddha City. They took 3 steps followed by a bow, moving very slowly yet with great reverence. As they bowed on each step of the staircase, it emitted faint light with wisps of radiance penetrating their bodies. The radiance contained traces of vitality that replenished them as they worshipped. Of course, only those with sincere hearts could receive such preferential treatment. As long as one's heart was sincere enough and with help from radiance, one would surely reach the top eventually. The radiance not only helped restore physical strength but also healed minor ailments and pains. This was precisely why these parents brought their children here. Unfortunately for them, though, the staircase could treat minor ailments but couldn't detoxify poisons.
There are 10 children in total, all under 10 years old, both boys and girls. Interesting.
Lin Moyu felt something unusual about this situation but thought about it. It seemed unrelated to him anyway. He stepped onto the staircase and began walking up step by step until he quickly reached the top. Atop the stairs stood a massive platform on which stood an enormous golden statue of a Buddha over 100 meters tall. Behind this statue was the grand entrance to Buddha City. Lin Moyu examined the statue closely. On its right hand rested a pagoda, while its left hand pressed down upon something else.
Dragon subduing Buddha nation really does have connections with dragons.
Lin Moyu approached beside the statue where there stood a stone tablet inscribed with information about dragons subduing Buddha nation's origins. According to what was written there, once upon a time there was an evil dragon that wreaked havoc here, bringing pestilence and causing great suffering among many people, until it was subdued by dragons subduing ancient Buddha, who established this nation here to protect peace in this area thereafter. Based on its appearance alone, Lin Moyu concluded that this evil dragon must have been some hybrid giant dragon, not even considered among sacred dragons, and thus not part of dragonkind. If it truly were dragonkind, how could it be so easily subdued? Even if subdued, the clan wouldn't let things slide easily. A mere ancient Buddha couldn't possibly withstand dragonkind. Lin Moyu gazed at this statue depicting an evil dragon being subdued. The sculpture was exquisitely crafted, vividly lifelike, with every detail perfect. In his small world, he had once dealt with dragonkind, among those elemental giant dragons he'd encountered. A certain one matched closely with this statue's likeness.
The poisonous dragon among elemental giant dragons.
3219 3219